Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Hey, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Yes, Nagisa, my dear. I need some advice. I miss you. Silence. I'm sorry. I can't help you. You killed me, remember? Nagisa felt a chill. Suddenly, he was back in the classroom, surrounded by familiar faces, his classmates. They weren't smiling. They were glaring. He heard the shouts. The words were harsh, filled with anger and disappointment. Murder. Monster. Heartless. The accusations cut through him, each word heavy, pressing down on his chest. He looked around, desperate, searching for understanding, for forgiveness. But all he found was rage. Why did you do it, Nagisa? Someone screamed, voice trembling with grief. We loved him. No, I didn't mean to. I swear. He cried, his voice cracking, the weight of guilt crashing over him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nagisa's pleas were met with silence. He jolted awake, drenched in sweat. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲's heart raced as he took in his surroundings, his palms sweaty from fear. Izuku sighed, shaking off the remnants of yet another nightmare. Ever since 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had died, these strange, haunting dreams kept visiting him. He'd grown accustomed to them by now, though. He wasn't too worried about Class 3 hating him. They'd all stayed close and even used their reward money to get a place together. They were like family in a way. He smiled at the thought as he got out of bed and quickly changed into his clothes for the day. Today was going to be a long one, he thought with a sigh, reaching for his phone to check the Class 3 group chat, a habit he kept up every morning. Keano, good morning everyone. Sugino, good morning Keano myheroacademia. Ugh, I'm so tired. Remind me why we can't just skip high school isegai. myheroacademia, you do know that even though 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was amazing, he didn't teach us everything. Keano, also, it was your choice to go to a public school. You could have just been homeschooled like me and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, that's right. You should see us during school hours, it's like paradise. It's so quiet, especially with Okajima gone. Okajima, what was that? Ritsu, oh nothing. Nagisa, good morning everyone. Nagisa, and also, be lucky that you don't have hero training at 8 in the morning. Maha, no thanks, I'll stick to regular 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Ugh, I've been up for the past hour fewer, why? Doesn't your school start later? Okuda, well karma, Ru-ro, has little Okuda gotten in trouble? Okuda, I kind of Okuda, got detention for Izuku's eyes widened. What? Okuda? Detention? That was practically impossible. She was the most chill person he knew well, except when she was around karma. The group chat erupted with surprise and disbelief. Okano, what? What could you have possibly done? Hara, oh my god, is that even possible? Nagisa, what did you do? Terasaka? There's no effing way. Karma, Okuda, oh my gosh you guys. It wasn't anything bad like that. Ritsu, hey guys, your school is about to start, you know. Sugino, Agaitona, geez, what are you? My mom. Also good morning everyone. Yoshida, but you don't have a mom. 5 Itona. Do you wanna die? For Mimura, can we not? Nagisa, anyways thanks for that. Ritsu-karma, hold on a second guys. Okuda never told us what happened. Okuda, I'm sneaking my phone in detention. RN Chiba, are you even Okuda anymore? Hey Ami, this behavior is surprising. Keano, I'm sure it was nothing bad. Okuda, okay listen, the chat was silent for a moment. Okuda, basically I was in chemistry class. Nakamura, oh no. Okuda, anyways. Okuda, and the teacher was talking about a chemical reaction. Kiera, did you blow up the classroom? Nagisa, Kiera, no. Okuda, and the teacher was totally wrong. Keano, did you tell him after class? Karma, did you kill him after class? Okuda, no, I confronted him in front of everyone. Terasaka, wow Itona, you got ball. Okuda, Okuda, I really love chemistry. Okay Okuda, and anyway. He got really mad at me that I was challenging him, and then he told me to go to detention for calling him out. Kanzaki, what a 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗧𝗐𝗍. Okuda. In the end, I was totally right and he almost blew up the room. Karma. I wanted to see that 𝗵𝗃. Good morning Nagisa, you are just waking up. 𝗵𝗃, Karasuma, all of you get to class and stop talking Beach Sensei. Yeah, what he said 𝗧𝗍𝗍𝗍. Yes sir Beach Sensei, Beach Sensei, and who changed my name to that? Izuku chuckled as the chat went quiet. That seemed like a good place to end things. He glanced at the time, 8:45. Oh 𝗬𝗵𝗃, I'm late. He scrambled out of the dorm and dashed to class, only to be met by his classmates' questions about his tardiness. Midoriya. Why are you late? Ida demanded. Midoriya, I saw you in your dorm earlier. How are you late? Momo asked. Everyone stared at him, and Izuku quickly came up with an excuse. Oh, I couldn't find my clothes, he stammered. Jiru's voice cut through the silence. That's a lie. I heard typing and laughing from your room. Izuku winced. Curse her and those ears. Oh, Midoriya has a girlfriend. Mineta taunted. Shut it, grape shit. A familiar voice rang out. Plus, who the hell do you think you are, nerd? Bakugo sneered, his voice loud as always. You think you're better than everyone, coming in 15 minutes late. And no, not at all, Kaken. I was just talking to some old friends, Izuku replied, faking nervousness, which seemed to satisfy Bakugo. Whatever, Bakugo grumbled. Your lucky sensei is also late. He would have had your butt for breakfast. He reminded Izuku of Terasaka in a way, except Terasaka actually had a soft side. Right on cue, Aizawa entered the classroom, his voice as tired as ever. All right, children, let's get this lesson over with. Homeroom was, as usual, a bore. At least something exciting was lined up for the next PRD, considering Mike Sensei wasn't there to teach English today. For Izuku, that wasn't much of a loss. Almost on cue, the students broke off into groups, some pulling out their phones now that there was no teacher in sight. For hero students, Izuku thought, you'd expect a bit more responsibility. As he took out his own phone to check for messages, he noticed a recent exchange from the Class 3E group chat, a mention about the house and 𝗬𝗂𝗁. He'd check it later. Hopefully, everything back at the house was still in one piece. Just then, Todoroki and Uraraka approached him. Izuku quickly pocketed his phone, greeting them with a polite smile. Hey, Deku-kun. Uraraka said with her usual brightness. Hello, Uraraka-san. Todoroki-kun, he replied, doing his best to hide his tiredness. But his efforts seemed to fall short, as Uraraka's next words confirmed. 1. Deku-kun, when was the last time you slept well? Your eye bags are concerning. Izuku felt the eyes of a few other classmates turning his way. He scrambled for a response, offering a reassuring smile. I'm okay, Uraraka-san. I promise. I've just been doing a lot of training, that's all. If you say so anyways, Uraraka began, trailing off as Todoroki jumped in with a question. Midoriya, where did you go to middle school? Todoroki asked, catching him completely off guard. Just then, as if on cue, Izuku's phone rang with Ritsu's familiar ringtone, a calm melody he recognized immediately. He sighed in relief, grateful for the interruption. Most of the class looked over in surprise. Sorry, guys, I'm gonna take this, he mumbled, hurrying out of the room toward the bathroom, thanking Ritsu under his breath. No way was he ready to explain his past as a trained assassin who'd killed his own middle school teacher. He glanced at the group chat to distract himself, scrolling back through older messages. Thankfully, there were no messages being sent in the 3E group chat. I decided to read the old ones since it was only a little 𝗧𝗍𝗍𝗍. Can someone tell me the code for the house door? Sugino, you forgot. No way 𝗧𝗍𝗍𝗍, what is it? Sugino, Kanzaki, loudly crying face 𝗬𝗂𝗁. I got you 𝗧𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍, thanks. 𝗬𝗂𝗁, 1103716 meg. I know you did not just make the code to a house full of valuable future assassins numbers you found in a manga. 𝗬𝗂𝗁. 𝗬𝗂𝗁, not just any manga. It's also a game and an anime. It's special because, 5 Nakamura, I'm gonna stop you there before you nerd out. Itona, I can change it if you want. Nakamura, nah. Should be fine 𝗧𝗍𝗍𝗍, Thanks 𝗧𝗲𝗄, we might have to talk about your choices though 𝗵𝘃𝗁sensei, get to class. Nakamura. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smiled at the usual chaos. That explains the silence, he thought. As he pocketed his phone, he heard voices back in the classroom. Did you guys see our substitute teacher? She's so hot, she might even rival Midnight Sensei. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 squeaked, his voice dripping with excitement. How is he even a hero? Izuku thought with a sigh. No way. She's supposed to be really skilled at fighting and from the government too. Kaminari added. From the government? Maybe I've seen her somewhere. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗄. As soon as 𝗵𝗃𝗲 made his remark, Ritsu knew it was time. She connected to the camera at the front of the classroom, setting the recording on Nagisa's phone. She sent a quick message. It's go time. Izuku stayed back, half curious and half dreading the appearance of the substitute teacher. The last thing I need is another Midnight Sensei. Suddenly, he heard footsteps echoing in the hallway. The entire class hurried to their seats, pretending to be busy as the figure stepped into the doorway. Beach Sensei. Izuku Midoriya thought he led a relatively normal life. Sure, he'd been demoted to E-class, then pulled his grades up, had the best teacher ever, killed that teacher, went to space, fought a few enemies, and even saved Earth from obliteration. Okay, maybe his life wasn't that normal. But he cherished every moment, thanks to the lessons 𝗳𝗏 had taught him, to look for growth in every experience, no matter how challenging. That's why he never regretted even the bad times. He'd gotten used to his strange life, so when he spotted his former English teacher, and pro-assassin, standing at the front of his classroom, he was momentarily stunned. Beach Sensei. The words slipped out before he could stop himself, and his hand shot to his mouth, embarrassment flooding over him. Why did I say that out loud? Now I look like even more of a weirdo. The room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. But only for a second, because then the classroom erupted. Midoriya. What kind of language is that for a teacher? 2W. Midoriya, are you feeling okay? 2. Did that nerd just cuss out a teacher? 2. Midobro, that is so not manly. 2. 𝗵𝗃𝗲's voice piped up. It's true. Her assets rival Midnight Sensei's. Silence fell once more, everyone glaring at 𝗵𝗃𝗲 in disgust. Before the class could start up again, Professor Beach snapped back. You little punk. Who do you think you're talking to? Class 1A POV. Class 1A stared, baffled. Midoriya was the last person anyone would expect to disrespect a teacher like that. He was usually polite, even apologetic for looking at someone the wrong way. But here he was, openly calling this teacher a name. The woman, unfazed, stormed over to Midoriya. The class tensed, fearing the punishment he was about to receive. But then she hugged him. Izuku's Midoriya rolled his eyes, a grin creeping onto his face. You're not really one to talk, Mrs. 𝗃𝗏𝗃, he retorted. So, why are you here? Besides showing off your new, teaching credentials. She crossed her arms, unimpressed. I'm here to whp you punks into shape with English lessons, of course. Fantastic, Midoriya muttered, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he returned to his seat. Midoriya, watch out. The class cried in unison. He hadn't even settled when he sensed movement. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a glint of silver hurtling toward him. He whipped around, catching the knife effortlessly, a smirk playing on his lips. Nice try, Professor Beach. Did you really have to throw that in front of my class? 𝗃𝗏𝗃 crossed her arms, rolling her eyes. I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think you could handle it. Midoriya shrugged, giving her a cheeky smile. Good to know your teaching methods haven't changed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be informing Mr. Karasuma about this stunt. In a flash, he dashed out the door with Mrs. 𝗃𝗏𝗃 hot on his heels, yelling, Get back here, you little goblin. Class 1A POV. Class 1A could only stare in shocked silence as the bizarre scene unfolded before them. Bakugo finally broke the silence with a loud, What the hell was that? Kirishima muttered, I have no idea, man. Mina asked, Is she even our English teacher? Momo shrugged. She did say she was here to teach English. As the class tried to piece together what they'd just witnessed, Todoroki spoke up. Did you see Midoriya catch that knife like it was nothing? Hagakure added, yes. I'd never be able to catch something thrown that fast. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked concerned. Do you think she's a villain? Why else would someone throw a knife at a student? Tokoyami replied, they seemed familiar with each other, they must have known each other before. Jdru nodded, they must have been close too. I mean that hug, 𝗵𝗃 predictably added, the things I would do to get a hug like that. The rest of the class rolled their eyes, disgusted. Meanwhile, Ida simply sighed in disapproval. Bakugo squinted, I swear I've seen that woman before, but where? Jdru tapped her chin. Now that you mention it, I think I've seen her on the news last year. Did she say her name was? Before anyone could continue, Izuku and Mrs. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 reappeared, panting slightly. She looked irritated, while Izuku seemed smug. Curse Karasuma for training you brats to run so fast. She huffed. Izuku shrugged. Where is he, by the way? How would I know? A voice from Izuku's phone cut in, loud enough for the class to hear. Someone's coming. Ritsu's voice sounded calm, but Izuku sprang to his desk, and Mrs. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 strode to the board. Apologies for the interruption, she said, plastering on a strained smile. It's okay, Mrs. Ida prompted. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. With AV, she emphasized, writing it on the board in neat script. At that moment, Principal Nizu entered the classroom. Ah, good to see you've settled in. Izuku's voice, surprisingly bright, piped up, yes, Principal Nizu. I like her already. The class stared at Midoriya, baffled by his unexpected change in tone. Once Nizu left, the teacher's smile vanished. You don't need to save my reputation, you know. I can handle myself. Izuku scoffed, I could have told him you were throwing knives. And I'm still telling Karasuma. Kaminari snickered from the back. He was clearly enjoying the exchange. Professor Beach seemed to pause, then smiled mischievously, nah, I mean Midoriya, you're my favorite student. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Glad to hear it, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Mrs. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 rolled her eyes and began the lesson by writing on the board, you are incredible in bed. The class sweat dropped. What kind of sentence is that? Eventually, the bell rang and the students thanked Mrs. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, still unsure of what they'd witnessed. Izuku lingered, turning to her with a smirk. Izuku's POV Beach-sensei, maybe you could have toned it down. And did you have to throw a knife? She rolled her eyes, filing her nails. It's not my fault you complained about your classmates thinking you're cryptic. I was just helping with the image. Oh, and nearly calling me the wrong name. I told you it's Izuku Midoriya now. Right, she muttered. But I still don't understand why you changed it. He replied, dripping sarcasm, oh, you know, all those people trying to kill us and such. Small things. She shrugged. Fair enough. Although, it sounds like 𝗃𝗲's antics haven't changed at all. Not at all, he chuckled. Just then his phone buzzed, and Ritsu's face appeared on the screen. You might want to check your messages, Nagisa. She wore a mischievous grin. Plus Izuku sighed. What now? He went to check his phone, only to see 1,000,000 messages from E-Class Ritsu. Live video has ended. Click to rewatch. He clicked on the video, thinking it couldn't be that bad. The video started and it was him. The video starts with Class 1A talking about the sub. Professor Beach walks into the class and Nagisa exclaims, Beach-sensei. He quickly covers his mouth and turns bright red. His classmates scold him and Beach-sensei pulls him into a melon's hug. The video goes on as it happened in real life, and stops when Class 1A leaves. Seriously. Mahar, oh Nagisa, your face was hilarious. Sugino, you guys are so mean for tricking him like that. Kayano, ow Okajima, why doesn't she give me melon's hugs? Kenzaki, because nobody wants to hug you. Okajima, stop it. Terasika, you guys are actual idiots. Muramatsu, guys don't listen to him, he's almost crying of laughter over here. Karma, oh geez, that was something. Hinano, oh my gosh. Nagisa, you turned as red as Karma's hair. Nakamura, OMG you're right. Haha. Yada, when did you tease Beach-sensei without us? Nagisa? Isegai, poor Nagisa. Sagaya, how did you guys even get 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to agree to this? She hates kids. Nakamura, it was Ritsu's idea. Ritsu, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. It would also be good for the plot. 15 Kiera. What plot? Anyways Muramatsu, you do know Nagisa is going to kill us, right? Karma. Not if we all blame it on 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧. What the hell Okuda? How would we even do that? Nakamura, Nagisa wouldn't do anything, don't worry guys. He loves us too much. Nagisa, did you forget I could see the messages too? Nakamura, oh. Nagisa, you guys are so stressful. 3 Karma, I don't say that to us Nagisa Kayano. Don't worry about it, it was just a silly prank Nagisa. It's okay, I knew something was wrong because Ritsu was acting suspicious the whole time. Hayami, as if you could tell from her poker face. Hinano, yeah totally. I played cards with her and her face was so hard to read. Nagisa, okay fine, I didn't know anything. Sujino, cheer up bro, it's okay. Nagisa, you should have seen how she was teaching in the class. It was almost like a normal teacher. Yoshida, there's no way dude. Itona, what does that even mean considering she sure. Nagisa, the examples were so normal. One of them was, the octopus jumped over the house. 5 Meg. Ah, that reminds me of when we almost killed Korosensei and he had to jump on the roof of the school. Isegai, you're right. Kenzaki, I bet she misses him. Beach Sensei, hey kids. What are we talking about? Beach Sensei, I don't miss him. Beach Sensei was muted. Sujino, you can do that. Ritsu, there goes my admin Karasuma. Yep. Meg. Ripwell, he can't get mad at them for the prank because if it was happening to Terasika, he would totally laugh. Well, at least tomorrow is Friday. Back in the 1A dorms, class 1A was in the common room, most of them laying on a couch, while the rest sit down on a rug. Mina sighed. What an eventful day, Kirishima agreed. I know, right? My favorite part was English class. We actually learned a lot despite Mrs. Jelovich's weird methods of teaching. Kaminari shared. Mineta chimed in. I loved English class too, but not for that reason. Bakugo, unable to tolerate Mineta's antics, threw a pillow at his face, exclaiming, shut up already. You are so goddamn annoying. 2 Mineta, undeterred, responded, whatever. I guess you don't want to hear what I have to say about Midoriya. I guess I'll get going. Todoroki intervened. Hold on. What did you say? What are you hiding, Mineta? Don't joke around like that. Uraraka pressed. Ida added, Midoriya is our friend. We want to make sure he is okay. So if you have some information, you have to tell us. Mineta reluctantly agreed. Okay, fine. He got up from the couch and moved to a place where everyone could see him, piquing their interest. Mineta began to reveal, it all started when I was walking by the teacher's lounge. I noticed they were talking about us, and I decided to eavesdrop. Ida disapproved, stating, that is not hero-like at all. Bakugo, impatient, retorted, shut it, 4 Eyes. You want to hear the story or what? Mineta continued, anyway, I heard them talking about our middle school, and they went over everyone's records one by one. Mina exclaimed, wow. Uraraka admired, what dedication. They got to Midoriya, and Aizawa-sensei was confused because Principal Nizu stopped talking. Mineta said, subtly lowering his voice. He paused for effect. Mineta continued, Aizawa-sensei asked what the problem was, and then Principal Nizu said there were no records from his 3rd year at middle school. The class fell silent. The implications of having no record for an entire year were perplexing and unsettling. Momo questioned, wait a minute, what? Is that legal? Mineta confessed, I don't know. It sounded like a total cover-up for something. Even Mrs. Aizawa was concerned. 12 Todoroki analyzed, there are only 2 possibilities. 1, he simply didn't go to middle school for his 3rd year, or 2, something happened so bad that his record was sealed. Tsuyu added, but the only way for a record to be sealed is if it came from the government. Bakugo, visibly frustrated, demanded, what the hell are you implying? Are you trying to say that he is involved with someone or something? Siro speculated, it could be villains. Tokoyami suggested, or gangs. Jiro added. Uraraka, trying to make sense of it, defended Midoriya, hold on, guys. What are you even saying? This is the Midoriya we all know and love. He is the most kind person ever. He would never be involved in something bad. Unless he's not who he says he is, Hagakure said, disturbed. The class was stunned. Nobody had even considered that possibility. Todoroki expressed his unease. Something just isn't right, 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 suggested. We should get to bed. We have stuff to do anyway. The class, still processing the shocking information, reluctantly prepared for bed, their minds filled with uncertainty about their friend 𝗵𝘃𝗍. 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 knew where 𝗵𝘃𝗍 was, due to him being friends with 𝗧𝗪𝗏. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 told him a little bit about his class and what that do, so 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 knew he would leave on Friday. What he doesn't know is what the hell could 𝗧𝗪𝗏 and 𝗵𝘃𝗍 be hiding. He decided it was best to play along and defend 𝗵𝘃𝗍, but he knew he had to get to the bottom of this somehow. It was finally Friday, 𝗵𝘃𝗍's favorite day of the week. You see, Class E stayed together even after Koro-sensei was gone. They lived in a huge house, bought with some of the reward money they'd won every Friday. They'd gather for dinner, chatting about school and any upcoming missions. After Koro-sensei's death, the government decided their assassination skills were too valuable to waste. Now, they took on occasional missions to eliminate villains and bad guys. Most missions were done in groups of 2 to 4, though 𝗵𝘃𝗍 wished they could go as a whole class more often. After all, bonding over taking down threats was something they'd come to enjoy, only against those who deserved it, of course. After school, 𝗵𝘃𝗍 hung out in the common area of the dorms, knowing Sugino and myheroacademia would be there soon to pick him up. The only tricky part about Fridays was coming up with an excuse for his classmates. It was always the same, "I'm going out with friends." It worked well enough, though he could tell his classmates were starting to get suspicious, especially after their recent encounter with 𝗵𝘃-sensei. As expected, his classmates started questioning him yet again. They were all lounging in the common room when Ritsu messaged that Sugino and myheroacademia were waiting outside. 𝗵𝘃𝗍 got up to leave, but Mina called after him. "Hey, 𝗵𝘃𝗍, where are you going?" He responded like clockwork, "Just going out with some friends, like I do every Friday." He hoped that would be enough, but 𝗧𝗪𝗏 chimed in, "It's weird that you never hang out with us on Fridays. Even Bakugo stays with us." "Huh. What was that, you invisible idiot?" Bakugo barked. Kirishima replied, "Geez, calm down, Baku bro." Uraraka added, "Deku-kun, Mina's right." While they were distracted, 𝗵𝘃𝗍 discreetly texted myheroacademia that he'd be a little late. myheroacademia replied with a thumbs up, saying he'd go pick up Itona and come back. 𝗵𝘃𝗍. Ida suddenly shouted, "It is very rude to ignore your classmates and be on your phone. You seem very attached to that device lately." 𝗵𝘃𝗍 inwardly sighed. Ida's outburst caught everyone's attention, though they thankfully didn't press further. 𝗵𝘃𝗍 knew they'd be talking about him the moment he left. 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 finally spoke up, telling 𝗵𝘃𝗍 to go ahead and not to worry. The rest of the class looked at him with furrowed brows but allowed him to leave peacefully. Relieved, he said his goodbyes and left the dorms to meet his friends in the car. Mina could not talk about the recent incident to the group. "You guys saw that, right?" Jiryu expressed frustration. "He didn't even care about what we had to say." Bakugo, as usual, retorted, "Who cares? Just let him be, he's an annoying idiot anyway." Ida begs, "Please don't say that about your classmates." Bakugo replied, "Shut up, Four Eyes. And why do you guys even care about him anyway?" Uraraka questioned, "Do you see the way he has been acting recently? It's really odd. And even so, don't forget what happened yesterday." Todoroki added. Kirishima emphasized, "Exactly. Did you see the way he caught that knife that was thrown at him? Like, who catches a knife like that?" "Wait, what? A knife? What happened while I was in the bathroom? And are we talking about the same 𝗵𝘃𝗍 here?" Ojiro said, concerned one, "No joke. It was like a scene from a ninja movie. Jelovich throws a knife at him, and he catches it without breaking a sweat." Kaminari said, stars in his eyes, ribbit. "That's not normal hero stuff. That's like assassin-level reflexes." Tsuyu said. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 suggested, "You guys could just be reading too much into it." "Yeah, except every time we talk about his past, or anything about his middle school experience, he deflects like a pro." Todoroki said. Disturbed. Momo added, "I've noticed that too." Azui asked Bakugo, "Wait, didn't you go to middle school with him?" Siro urged, "Yeah, you could tell us about him." Bakugo, straightforward as ever, stated, "He only went to my school for 2 years. He transferred for his 3rd year." Mina needed more information. Okay, so what was he like during his first and second years? Bakugo didn't mince words. AF loser, that's what he was like. Ida scolded, language, Bakugo. Bakugo responded cheekily, Japanese dumbass. Ida sighed. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 chimed in, then he could be texting his friends from the third year, right? 𝗬𝗪 speculated, well, they must be close, considering how much he talks to them. Kaminari, confused, interjected, wait, what? Momo clarified, what do you mean? He started being on his phone more recently. Unless that is what you mean. The class stared at 𝗬𝗪 in confusion. 𝗬𝗪 explained, you guys cannot be serious, right? In present mix class, he's always blasting away on his phone. Uraraka was surprised, no way, but English is his favorite subject. Mina added, and his best one too. Kirishima doubted, he would never do that. Are you sure, 𝗬𝗪 affirmed, I'm sure. Todoroki suggested, maybe we don't know him as well as we think we do. The class grew silent, unsure of what to say. Mina broke the silence, I guess we could ask him some questions when he comes back. Great. We could play Truth or Dare too. Hagakure suggested, Momo concluded, then it seems we have a plan. The kids went back to normal, resuming their typical Friday night activities. They were excited to see what happens next. After a while, the students grew concerned for Midoriya. He hadn't come home in a while and it was getting late. Ugh, why isn't he back yet? Uraraka said, concerned, he is breaking the curfew, is he not? Ida said, a hint of concern in his voice, no, that doesn't apply on Fridays. Momo said, correcting them, do you think something happened to him? Mina said. She had asked the question that everyone was thinking, but too scared to ask, no. I trust that he is safe. He should be able to take care of himself, Kirishima said, yeah, plus it's getting really late, we should get to bed. We have special combat training tomorrow. Kaminari added, that shitty nerd will be there tomorrow anyway, he wouldn't miss training. Bakugo exclaimed. Though a few students could sense concern in his voice, everyone said their goodnights and went to bed. Isegai, Sujino, and Kanzaki dorms, Muramatsu, Terasika, Karma, and Yada, Nakamura and Maihara dorms, Kara and Mimura, Okajima, Hayami, Chiba, Fuwa, and Sagaya, Okuda, Itona, Yoshida, Takebayashi dorms, Hara and Kimura, Keano and Ritsu do virtual school 3 Okano, Hinano, Meg, and Nagisa don't go to school with anyone else from E-class, dorms. The house that they all own is huge. Like really big. That is what they can achieve when they are filthy rich. I guess. 1 first floor. Kitchen, main living room, main dining room 2nd floor, rooms for every kid and a bathroom every 3 rooms apart. 3rd floor, home theater, drink-making area, and an office area where they could work with computers. They could do things like keeping track of missions. 1 4th floor, huge library with tons of reading material. Most of it comes from the Ministry of Defense and covers everything from bomb making to self-defense. There are other books that are there just to read when you are bored. 4 5th floor, a game room with things like video games to board games, and an outdoor rooftop area to just chill. 1 backyard, pool area with a barbecue and many areas to hang out. Includes a garden. Each room in the house has an intercom hung on the wall. On said intercom, you can push a button to send an audio message to any room or all of them at once. Every room is also included with an emergency button. This can be used in the case of villains or assassins trying to get through the house security. Pushing this button will lock every personal room, the library, and the office because those rooms contain the most important stuff. They don't have to worry about cleaning or anything thanks to Itona, Ritsu, and Mimura helping make cleaning robots. In this AU, all the characters live near to each other, so the UA dorms would be like a 25-minute drive to the 3E mansion. Keano's appearance-changing quirk cannot be taken off unless she does so herself. Aizawa's erasure quirk will not change the appearance of Nagisa. 4 Keano cannot change the voices or eye color of a person, they have to get contacts themselves. Keano is homeschooled so that she can continue her acting career. Most of the 3E characters are quirkless, but some of them have quirks. Those quirks are harmless and mostly basic. They will be noted if needed throughout the story. All the kids from 3E know that Nagisa has a quirk from All Might, but All Might doesn't know they know for the 3E middle school records from their 3rd year are sealed by the government. Anything that Nizu can see is the fact that they graduated and their ranks for their final exams. This helped the 3E kids still be able to go to their dream high schools. The 3E kids can still pursue their careers, but they all know that assassination comes first. Most chapters are written in Izuku/Nagisa POV, so if it doesn't have a POV written, it's most likely his. I have the next 2 chapters written but am still debating when to post them. Nagisa, Sujino, Myheroacademia, and Itona finally arrive at the house, all of them beaming with excitement. This place is so cool. I'm glad we decided to get a house for us to stay in. Nagisa said enthusiastically, "Dude, I'm so excited to see everyone," Myheroacademia says, grinning. The door swings open, and their Class 3E classmates welcome them with enthusiasm. "Hey guys! You finally made it." Okano said they were met with a few other greetings, then they dispersed to check out what the classmates were doing. Nagisa glanced at the living room area. He could hear the sound of laughter and what sounded like a scream. He opened the door and was met with the sight of 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗂𝗃 playing a video game together, 𝗵𝗃 being relaxed and calm while 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗂𝗃 looked like he was nearly crushing his joystick with how hard he was holding it. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗍 and Kimura were behind them on a couch, laughing at 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗂𝗃's attempt to win on Rainbow Road in Mario Kart. In the kitchen, Muramatsu, Yada, and Kanzaki were preparing something for them to eat, presumably dessert due to the amazing smell coming from the oven. In the other side of the living room area, Itona and Ritsu decided to work on something to build. Thanks to Itona's 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Ritsu was able to have a human-like body with robot functions. Myheroacademia met up with Nakamura to help set up the table, and Nagisa noticed the huge variety of foods that were ready to eat. Nagisa ended up watching the boys play video games while also making sure that 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗂𝗃 don't kill each other. After a couple minutes, 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗂𝗃 and Meg helped gather the kids to the table to eat. "Hey everyone. It's time to eat," 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗂𝗃 said with a grin. "Come soon, or I'll eat all the food," Meg said playfully. That was enough to get everyone settled. They all noticed the food and were ready to eat. Diamond. They really have something for everyone here. Nagisa thought, "Hey, by the way, where did you guys get all this food?" questioned Sujino, eyeing the impressive spread. "Well, me, Muramatsu, and Yada worked their magic in the kitchen, but we also managed to score some additional options from a friend who owns a restaurant," Kanzaki said, beaming with pride. Wow. That's amazing, guys. Thank you so much." Hinano exclaimed, already eyeing a plate full of delicious treats. The rest of the kids expressed their gratitude, and they all sat down to enjoy their feast. Nakamura, "Wow. This ramen is amazing." Muramatsu. Terasaka, smirking, "She's not wrong, it's better than your dad's." The others chuckled, and Muramatsu, with a mock-offended expression, responded. Muramatsu exclaimed, "Come on. My dad's ramen isn't that bad." Itona responded casually, "Let's agree to disagree on that. Personally, I love the steak Yada made. It's delicious." 𝗵𝗃 shared. Nagisa teased him, "𝗵𝗃's weakness number 1, steak." The others chuckled. Okuda shifted the conversation, asking, "Anything interesting happen at school? Other than that prank you guys pulled, school's been pretty normal. Got some cool hero training done." Nagisa reflected, "That's amazing. How's the appearance changing going?" Keano praised, "Your quirk works like magic. Sometimes I don't even recognize myself in the mirror." Nagisa said, while taking a bite of steak from his plate, "Remember, if anyone else needs a change, you can come to me." Keano offered, "I might need that offer. After all, I was on a mission the other day, and a goon saw my face. Karasuma's gonna kill me." Nakamura sighed, "Oh come on, we didn't do that bad. Plus, we got the target, didn't we?" Myheroacademia defended. Nakamura conceded, "I guess you're right." Okano empathized, "It really sucks that we have to change our names and appearances. Well, what can we do about it? We have targets on our back, especially after all our successful missions." 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗂𝗃 said, after drinking some soup, "It's a small price to pay, considering the level of work we do." Nagisa exclaimed, "I had a mission on Tuesday, super easy kill, but I think I scared his buddies off." 𝗵𝗃 said, smugly. Terasaka teased 𝗵𝗃, "Don't be stupid. You were the scared one 𝗧𝗵𝗃. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 rebutted with humor, really? I do recall you telling me, 𝗵𝗃𝗲, we are totally going to die. He then procked to mimic Terasika's voice, along with weird hand movements. Terasaka countered, you liar. The class burst into laughter at the playful altercation. Well, I got recruited to my school's gymnastics team. Okano shared, while munching on 𝗵𝗃𝗁's 𝗧𝗵𝗲 congratulated her while eating some fruit. That's so cool. I wish my school had a club I could be in. Thanks, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. We get to go to competitions soon. Okano expressed. Chiba commented, as long as it doesn't clash with your missions, that sounds great. Yeah, you wouldn't want to miss a mission, especially with the rise in crime rates. Yoshida added. Mimura sighed. Man, I wish I could go on more missions. Mahara comforted him. Cheer up, man. When was the last mission you had? Last month or something? Mimura admitted, sadly biting on some green beans. Isegai tried to uplift him. That's not too bad. Mimura agreed. You have a point. Hey Mimura, did you forget? You have a mission in a couple days, Ritsu exclaimed. Wait, really? Oh my gosh, you are totally right. Mimura said, cheering up immediately. Kiera humorously remarked, I hate to say this, but I wish we could go on missions with all of us. It's funny to see Terasaka scared. What the hell do you mean scared? I'm never scared. Terasaka retorted, putting down his fork to counter. What about that one time when Beach-sensei was about to kill us? Itona recalled. Karma chimed in, or that time with Takaoka. Hey, I was sick during that. I totally wasn't feeling myself, Terasaka said, frowning. Speaking of Takaoka, when was the last time anyone's heard of him? Nakamura questioned. Hinano shared, well, I heard he got out of the hospital. Keano added, he must have been so angry when he woke up. Oh man, I would kill to see his face when Nagisa attacked him. Sugino joked. Chiba added, no way, you should have seen Nagisa's face while he attacked Takaoka. Keano agreed, yeah, it was really scary. I would have killed him if it wasn't for Terasaka. Nagisa admitted. Nakamura sighed. It sucked being sick like that. At least your nose didn't bleed. Okano said, sadly. Murasa chimed in, oh well. The past is in the past now, all we can do is learn, right? Now we know not to trust any weird drinks. He took a swig at the drink Okano crafted for all of them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 playfully teased, look at you go, mini Korosensei. Yeah. Muramatsu chuckled. By the way, these drinks are amazing, Okano. Muramatsu praised, oh no problem. Okano responded. Itona changed the topic, oh yeah, Nagisa? Yeah, what's up? He responded, you go to UA, right? Nagisa confirmed, yup. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Okuda said, suddenly remembering, me and Okuda are going to be attending your school. We got some recommendations from our homeroom teacher. Itona revealed while finishing up the rest of his lasagna. Okuda clarified, unfortunately, it's only for a couple of days and we'll be in a lower class, but we'll still see each other in the halls and during lunch. Kiera, curious, asked, oh yeah, a friend of mine goes there. He's in your class, right, Nagisa? Nagisa hesitated but then remembered, oh, that's right. You know Tokoyami. Kiera chuckled, kihi. Oh man, that food was so good I think I might explode. Nakamura said, stuffed, oh that sucks, I guess I'll just eat your slice of cake then. Myhara said playfully. Actually I'm not that full. Chiba and Sugino laughed at the interaction. I can't help it, though. I'm so tired. Hinano said, ex-housed Hara praised the meal. The food was good. I have to say this might have been my favorite all month. Takebayashi added, dude, you guys have to show me how you make flan like that. It was so awesome. Wow. That means a lot. Thanks, you guys. Yada said, feeling satisfied after everyone finished eating. They gathered in the living area. Nakamura proposed, so who's up for a game of Uno? Yoshida eagerly agreed, hell yeah. I'm gonna win for sure. Sagaya boasted, nah, I'm the imter at Uno. One 𝗧𝗵𝗲 challenged, bring it on. Meg playfully teased, you guys are all bark, no bite. Karma confidently declared, we'll see about that. 1, you are going down. Itona said, looking at 𝗧𝗪𝗂, "How are you so competitive all the time? Where does this energy come from?" 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗏 said, defeated, "Fine, it's on, guys. Pass me the deck, I'm distributing." A confident Karma said. 20 minutes later, raised voices are being heard and raucous laughter underlining it. +4. Again. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗏 yelled at Itona, while Itona simply stuck his tongue out. 5. Oh my god. I hate this game, myheroacademia said, after having to draw 16 cards due to stacking. 3. How could you do this? I was on Uno. Hara sighed after getting a +2 from Kanzaki. Stop changing the color to blue, Hayami. How could you do this to 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗏? Nakamura said this as she picked her cards from the deck furiously. But then, with a glint twinkling in her eyes, she smacks down her card. +2 sucker. 1. Nagisa sobbed playfully, then, out of nowhere. With a wicked smile, Kanzaki proclaimed, Uno. 1. You son of a dash. 2. After about 30 minutes of shenanigans, the kids finally ended the game, accepting Kanzaki as the winner. So much for the Sir at Uno, huh? Nakamura teased. Oh, screw you. I was one card away, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 said. Playfully sobbing. Ritsu was having the time of her life, watching everyone's faces when they realized that Kanzaki won. 1. After a little, they decided to sit down and watch a movie. 𝗬𝗏 wanted to watch a mystery, while Hinano wanted to watch a romance. Kiara wanted to watch a horror movie, Okajima wanted to watch an 18+ movie, and Terasaka wanted to watch an action movie. They ended up watching a movie with all of those things, thanks to Ritsu and her miraculous knowledge. 5. After the movie finished, they went to their rooms to sleep. Plus Nagisa mentioned having to be back, but there were two problems. He really wanted to stay, and his friends were just really convincing. Nagisa woke up a little earlier than the others, used to the routine of getting up early for hero training. Deciding to make breakfast, he noticed that no one else had beaten him to it. 2. Usually, Sato handled breakfast at UA, but honestly he preferred Terasaka's pancakes. He got ready, put on some casual clothes, and headed downstairs. Arriving in the kitchen, Nagisa decided on waffles. Just as he was about to start, Sujino and Kanzaki joined him. Good morning, guys, he greeted them. Good morning, Nagisa. Sujino replied, still looking half asleep. Good morning, Nagisa. How was your sleep? Kanzaki asked. It was great. I miss sleeping in my own room, he admitted with a chuckle. Sujino nodded. For sure. The dorms at school are so boring. Can I help with breakfast? Kanzaki offered. Of course. I'll make some bacon, Sujino said, seeming more awake now. In no time, they'd whipped up enough food for everyone. Kanzaki went to the intercom and announced, Hey, guys. Good morning. Nagisa, Sujino, and I made breakfast, so come down whenever you're ready. Within an hour, most of the kids were awake and had eaten. A few scattered around the house. Okuda headed to the library, Terasaka and a few others to the game room, and Meg and Yada went to the spa to relax. So what do you guys want to do today? Keano asked. Oh my gosh. We should go on a shopping spree. Hinano exclaimed excitedly. Literal stars appeared in Keano's eyes, and she was off running before myheroacademia stopped her. Oh no, leave me out of this. And don't tell Nakamura, she'll get way too excited, he said, nervously. Well, it's too late for that, Itona remarked, pointing to Nakamura and Hinano, who were already at the intercom. 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗏 sighed as Nakamura's voice blared over the intercom, expressing her excitement for a shopping spree. It was inevitable. Mentioning shopping was like lighting a fuse with her. myheroacademia's prediction had come true, and the group exchanged amused glances. I guess we're going on a shopping spree then, Nagisa said, rolling his eyes playfully. 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗏 sighed again but couldn't hide his smile. Alright, let's make a plan. We should set a budget so they don't spend all our money, he suggested. Soon enough, Keano, Itona, Sujino, Kanzaki, myheroacademia, Nakamura, Hinano, Hayami, Chiba, and Nagisa found themselves navigating the bustling shopping district, staying close as a group. Nakamura immediately dragged Hinano into a cosmetics store, her eyes gleaming with excitement, while the rest of the group wandered around, joking and laughing as they explored. Keano, always stylish, insisted they visit the trendiest clothing store. I need a new outfit for the weekend. Something that screams cool, she declared. Itona, initially eyeing an electronics store, decided to join, hoping to find tech-inspired clothing for his missions. myheroacademia tagged along with a grin. They spent hours trying on clothes, looking at gadgets, and snacking from street vendors. Kanzaki and Nakamura seemed to know all the best places for food, much to everyone's delight. The boys took charge next, leading the way to a shoe store they claimed had the best stealthy-themed sneakers. You guys know we don't need sneakers. We get them from the ministry. Hayami laughed, already halfway through the door. Yeah, but they don't care, Chiba agreed, following the crowd. The boys exchanged resigned glances but couldn't help laughing. Their day was far from over. As they continued shopping, Nagisa spotted a few of his UA classmates in the distance. He tensed but then relaxed, realizing they didn't recognize him thanks to Kayano's quirk. Sugino, noticing his change in demeanor, leaned over and asked, "Hey Nagisa, you okay?" "Yeah, I just saw some classmates from UA and got worried they'd recognize me, but I'm good. I look like myself," he said with a grin. Sugino chuckled. "Perks of going to school in disguise, huh? Why were you worried anyway?" "It's just shopping," Sugino replied, walking a bit slower. "Oh, I just had some silly combat training at UA today, and I decided to skip it. Karasuma's training beats UA combat any day." Nagisa shrugged. "Wow, never thought you'd skip," Sugino remarked, amused. "Yeah, I needed a break from hero training. Plus, you guys are way more fun," Nagisa replied. After hours of shopping, they realized they hadn't actually bought much. The memories of running around and joking together were better than anything they could buy. Even the girls only ended up with a couple of things. One thing was certain, though, they hadn't held back on food. Most of them, tired from the outing, returned to the house to relax. Some headed to the pool, while Nagisa made his way back to his room to chill for a bit. Class 1A Group Chat 8:55 a.m. Ida. Good morning everyone. Make sure you are up soon to begin training at 9:30. Momo, good morning, please try not to be late today, as Aizawa-sensei has a tight schedule. Bakugo, you guys are such 𝗬𝗵𝗲. It's called being the responsible ones. Bakugo Kaminari, not like you would know anyway. Bakugo, what the F did you just say to me? Dunce face. Kirishima, Bakubro, please calm down. Jairu, it is way too early for this. Tsuyu, I agree. Sato, I made pancakes. Come to the common area whenever you guys are ready. Todoroki, thank you. Kaminari, you the best. Jairu, you're the best. Kirishima, oof. Ida, guys stop with the texting and go eat and get ready for today. Mina, okay fine. Class 1A Group Chat 9:15 a.m. Momo, hey guys. Meet us at the front training area. Ida, hurry up. You guys only have 15 minutes. Uraraka, hey, has anyone seen Deku-kun? Kirishima, now that you mention it. Uraraka, Deku-kun, if you're reading this, come soon to the training grounds. Mina, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Bakube, please come to the training grounds. Bakugo, I am coming. Don't rush me. Mineta, he is totally struggling to put on his hero suit. Bakugo, I'll blast you to hell. You demon grape. Shut the F up. Uraraka. He didn't deny it. Bakugo, I am denying it right now. The sun was out. Class 1A gathered in the huge training ground. All Might stood at the front, his big figure casting a shadow over the students. Beside him, Mr. Aizawa, with his ever-present stoic expression, surveyed the group. All right, kiddos. Today, you're going to have a special combat training session with me and Aizawa, All Might announced, his voice resonating with authority. But there's a catch. No quirks allowed. The students exchanged puzzled glances, their excitement dying down. Mina raised her hand, but All Might, our quirks are what make us heroes. How can we train without them? One All Might grinned, that's the challenge, young Ishido. Heroes need more than just quirks. They need skill, strategy, and strength. Today, we'll focus on the last one. Aizawa stepped forward. Your task is simple. One-on-one hand-to-hand combat with your classmates. No quirks, just raw physical ability. Show me what you've got. The students reluctantly paired up, and the training ground soon became a battlefield. After the matches concluded, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 gathered the students. Looking dissatisfied, he claimed, "You call that hand-to-hand combat? Horrible. You're all so dependent on your quirks that you forget the basics. Your technique is very poor." Momo protested, "But sensei, isn't that the point of having quirks?" 𝗬𝗧𝗏 shot her a glare. "A hero should be well-rounded. Now, since you're so terrible without quirks, we'll do some conditioning." The students groaned as 𝗬𝗧𝗏 led them through a grueling workout, pushing their physical limits. As sweat dripped down their faces, Todoroki asked, "Hey, where's Midoriya?" 𝗬𝗧𝗏 hesitated for a moment, his eyes narrowing. "He's dealing with a separate matter. Now focus." The students continued their workout, sparring against training dummies. The students continued the punishing workout, muscles aching and fatigue setting in. 𝗬𝗧𝗏, satisfied, finally released them, and they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. As they caught their breath, Ida managed to ask, "Sensei, why was Midoriya absent? What's going on? Is he okay? He would never miss practice." Uraraka asked, concerned. 𝗬𝗧𝗏's eyes darted around, a tired expression forming on his face. "Class dismissed. Ask too many questions and you might just get extra homework. Ask him yourself tomorrow." The students exchanged somber glances, too tired to press further. They stumbled away from the training ground, their bodies drained from the intense, really short chapter. "I know, I have story ideas, but I'm just finding trouble writing them down. I promise I'm not dead. !!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!!5 By the way, after 𝗬𝗏𝗄 the government decided to ban any videos and news coverage of the incident, meaning every live recording and website were taken down. Only national leaders, high government officials, professional assassins, and the 3E kids know about 𝗬𝗏𝗄 since the media blockage of the event. Very little people would be able to notice the kids of 3E, so just to be safe they changed their appearance just to be safe. Their homeroom teacher is listed as Karasuma, and the middle school records is missing a roster for all of the 3E kids' third year, so that their teachers and classmates don't find it suspicious their name isn't on the roster. Please refer back to the chapter, Basic Stuff, to more understand the AU. I'll be adding stuff on there soon, and also holy SHT almost 800 views. 2SM. I promise I'll post more and more often, but I'm getting busy with school and sports. To 𝗬𝗧𝗏, Midoriya was like his child. His problem child. And he was very protective of him. He had always known that Midoriya always gets in some sort of a situation, but somehow, it's different this time. It started when he had overheard the kids talking about him bad-mouthing a teacher, and that was weird on its own. Midoriya, cursing. Oh, never. He had brushed it off as teenage rumors, but when he found out that he had no record from his third year in middle school, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 knew something was wrong. Here is what he knew. 1. Midoriya has been acting very weird lately too. He has no records of his third year in middle school 3. In fact, nobody knows where he went for his third year 4. Every time someone brings up his past, he conveniently gets a distraction. What the hell? None of this makes any sense. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 mumbled, "I remember hearing Jiraiya saying he's always on his phone. Maybe there is something there, right? I can check it. Only to be safe, of course, right?" Then it hit him. He hadn't seen Midoriya since Friday. What the hell? Where is problem child? How did I not notice this? I should have known something was up after not seeing him at the dorms and the kids constantly asking about him at training. How the hell was I so ignorant? His mind immediately went to the worst possible situation. But being a pro hero, he was able to collect himself. I should go ask the kids before I jump to conclusions. Maybe they know something. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 made his way to the 1A dorm area. The kids were hanging out, being lazy. A couple of them were playing a board game, while a couple were watching something on the TV. When 𝗬𝗧𝗏 entered, the room went silent. The class knew that he was not in a good mood, so they wanted to hear what he had to say. He sighed before saying, "Do any of you know where Midoriya is?" The class went silent for a second, most of them surprised. How does 𝗬𝗧𝗏-sensei not know where Midoriya is? Could he actually be in trouble? A couple of them spoke up, "I'm sorry, Mr. 𝗬𝗧𝗏, I don't know where he is. He left on Friday and hasn't been back since." What happened to the stupid nerd? Did he get in trouble again? Actually, Mr. 𝗬𝗧𝗏, we think something might have happened to him. 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗧 said, solemnly. I'm listening, go on. Now. 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 kept quiet, even though he didn't know why. For some reason, 𝗵𝘃𝗍 gave him a weird feeling recently, even Dark Shadow felt it. He knew that 𝗵𝘃𝗍 was hanging out with his friends from last year, but something was off. From his weird behavior to Kiara telling him things less and less. He had been friends with her for a while, but since her 3rd year in middle school, she had become super secretive. Maybe something happened during that time. He knew Kiara and 𝗵𝘃𝗍 went to the same school that one year, so maybe they were connected somehow. Snapping back out of his thoughts, he listened to the conversation happening. I'm sure you've been noticing his bad behavior, right? 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 said, he's been so distant recently, and we are worried about him. Mina added, we noticed that he leaves after school is over every Friday, but this week, we asked him where he was going. Kirishima said, yes sensei. When we asked him about where he was leaving to, he brushed it off and even went on his phone in the middle of his conversation. Ida said bluntly, I see. Aizawa said, lost in thought, then, if he is not here by tomorrow, we will take action. Aizawa said he walked out of the dorms and said goodbye. When the doors finally closed, Uraraka stood up, I can't do this anymore. I'm getting really worried about him. A blanket of despair floated around the room. The kids were very close, and they cared about everyone dearly. We don't have a choice. We can't do anything. All we have to do is hope he comes back tomorrow and question him then, Todoroki said. Bakugo noticed 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 acting strange. So, as he would normally do, he confronted him, what's wrong with you, emo freak? Why do you look so uneasy? If you're hiding something, I'll kill you. 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 just sighed, I really don't know anything except that he's supposed to be hanging out with his 3rd-year middle school friends. He said, still trying to figure out what was going on. Wait a minute, what? I thought he didn't have any records. Momo muttered, what the F are you saying? What do you know? Bakugo barked, wow Bakubro, I didn't know you cared this much. Kirishima teased, shut the F up shitty hair. He replied, oh my god, can you guys stop this? You have been like this all day. Mina complained, yeah, we are all tired of hearing you yell Bakugo. Todoroki said, annoyed. Kaminari covered Bakugo's mouth to stop him from yelling even more, and the kids returned their attention to 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍. Well, I know one of his friends from his 3rd year. Why wouldn't you say anything then? You just let us think he was doing something bad. Why wouldn't you say something? A bunch of the kids exclaimed. I didn't think it was important, 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 said, ashamed. Well, at least we know he wasn't involved in anything bad. Where did he go? Todoroki asked, that's the thing. I met his friend in summer camp and she never got to tell me where she went. 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 said, oh, that's unfortunate. But we could still ask him. Kaminari said, yeah, if he doesn't get distracted, that is. Tsuyu added. After a bit more discussion, the kids got bored and resumed their activities. They were excited to see what would happen tomorrow. The dorm room buzzed with the lively chatter of Class 1A, and the topic shifted away from 𝗵𝘃𝗍 as they delved into lighter discussions. Mina, flipping her pink hair, decided to break the tension with a playful suggestion. Alright, enough of this serious stuff. Who's up for a game night? I've got Uno and Monopoly. Kaminari's eyes lit up with excitement. Game night sounds awesome. But can we play something where I won't get electrocuted every time I lose? My quirk doesn't take breaks, you know. Ojiro, recalling the last game they played a week ago, laughed at the interaction. Ida, ever the responsible one, chimed in, I believe a structured game like chess would be more appropriate. It enhances strategic thinking and maintains a respectable level of decorum. Bakugo scoffed, chess. That's boring as hell. I say we go all out with Mario Kart. No holding back, just pure chaos. Uraraka laughed. Mario Kart it is. But let's settle it once and for all, who's the real king or queen of Rainbow Road? As they prepared for an intense Mario Kart tournament, 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗍 pondered, do you think our quirks would give us an advantage in a real-life Mario Kart race? Momo, always analytical, responded, well, some quirks might have unique applications. Imagine Todoroki creating an ice track or Zero using tape to navigate tricky turns. Kirishima grinned, and Bakugo would just blast everyone off the track with explosions. Talk about a fiery race. 9. The dorm room filled with laughter as they set up the game console, putting aside hero training for a moment to enjoy a night of friendly competition and camaraderie. As the Mario Kart tournament heated up, Momo suggested, "How about we make it interesting? The loser of each race has to do a random dare chosen by the winner." Denki grinned mischievously. "I'm in. Let the dares begin." The first race was chaotic, with banana peels, shells, and the occasional quirk-powered boost. In the end, 𝗵𝗃𝗄 found himself at the bottom of the rankings. 𝗬𝗪, the victorious racer, thought for a moment before grinning. "I dare you to wear a grape costume for the rest of the night." 3. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 sighed but accepted his fate. Fine. But only for tonight." The room erupted in laughter as 𝗵𝗃𝗄 donned the oversized grape costume, racing with a fruity flair. 3. After the kids were done with their lollygagging, they decided to sit down and eat. 1. 𝗬𝗪, taking a bite of her stir-fry, suggested, "This is really good, 𝗬𝗪. You should share the recipe." 𝗬𝗪 grinned. "Thanks, 𝗬𝗪. It's a family recipe. I can give you the details later." 2. As they enjoyed the food, the conversation turned to lighter topics. Bakugo, in between bites, rolled his eyes. "Why are we even discussing recipes? We're heroes, not chefs." 3. Kirishima chuckled. "Hey, a hero's gotta eat well to stay in top shape. Plus, it's nice to know your way around the kitchen." 1. 𝗵𝗃𝗄, sipping on her drink, added, "Speaking of staying in shape, anyone up for some training after dinner? I need a good sparring partner." 3. 𝗬𝗪 grinned. "I'm always up for a friendly match. Let's do it." Amidst the small talk, Denki glanced at the clock. "Hey, has anyone decided what movie to watch tonight?" Tokoyami raised an eyebrow. "Movie night again. Just pick one. Quickly this time." Uraraka nodded. "We were just discussing that, silly. Anybody have recommendations?" Ida sighed. "Fine. We'll watch the new All Might movie now. Eat, decide quickly, and don't stay up too late. We have training tomorrow." Plus the class resumed their dinner, sharing laughs and stories as they finished their meals. Once the plates were cleared, they settled on heroic harmony without much debate, enjoying a relaxed evening of camaraderie and movie watching. As the credits rolled, Momo stood up. "That's enough. Bedtime. We should get some rest for tomorrow's training." It was late at night when Nagisa finally arrived at the UA dorms, grateful to have escaped Kayano and Hinano's attempts to give him a makeover. As he walked, he whispered into his phone, trying not to wake the others in the dorm. "Hey, guys, I just got to my dorm." "We're here too," Sujino replied, Kenzaki nodding beside him. "Man, I'm so tired," Mahara groaned, his face twisting in exhaustion. Yeah, we told you not to stay in the pool for so long," Okano sighed. "I wasn't about to turn down a water fight with Okajima," he countered, clearly unrepentant. "I'm still going to get back at you for spraying me," Hayami added, mock angry. "Oh yeah, go get him." Meg egged her on. "You guys should have joined me and Sujino in the spa. It was so relaxing," Nagisa said, happily stretching his sore shoulders. Kayano chimed in, sounding chipper. "Let's just be happy we haven't had any missions recently." As Nagisa stepped inside the dorms, he brushed against the kitchen counter, accidentally spilling water on his shirt. "Diamine. Now I have to get a change." He reached into his bag, fishing around for an extra shirt. Instead, he pulled out a dress. "Nakamura, why is there a dress in my bag?" he hissed, trying to keep his voice down so as not to wake anyone. The call fell silent, followed by a few muffled snickers. "Oh what? Why are you asking me?" Nakamura replied, feigning innocence. Nagisa's unimpressed expression said it all as he glared into the phone camera. "It could have been Karma, you know." "Oh no, don't blame me for this one," Karma smirked. Ritsu's voice cut in, cheerful as ever. "It was Rio and Karma, by the way." Nagisa sighed. "Thanks, Ritsu. I knew I could count on you." "Ritsu, since when are you a snitch?" Fuwa protested. "I just wanted to see Nagisa's reaction. Oh, and I took a picture, by the way." Ritsu giggled. Nagisa's expression turned cold. "Ritsu, I will literally kill you." 3. Calm down, Nagisa. Justice said, eyes wide. "Oh, come on, Chiba said, unimpressed. Let's not underestimate his lessons from one of the most infamous assassins ever. Terasaka scoffed. Whatever. When's the last time you even went on a mission, anyway? Nagisa rolled his eyes. About 2 weeks ago. I've been focusing on hero training. Not that I'd ever harm you guys. He was nearly at his room, the exhaustion seeping in. But before he could sign off, he added, Nakamura-san, I haven't forgotten about you. He could almost see her tense up on the screen, flashing a sheepish smile. It was Karma's idea. They all looked at Karma, who just grinned back, hands raised in mock innocence. Oh, Sugaya sighed, sweat dropping. That confirms it, Okuda said. I have our IDs ready for transfer tomorrow, Itona deadpanned, glancing at Okuda. Guys, we should really get to bed now, Isugai urged. Yeah, hurry before I make you all pass out with Okuda's smoke pellets, Yoshida added. Hey, can you do that to me? I want to know what it feels like. Kurara said, eyes sparkling. Can you not do that? Mahara muttered, looking exasperated. Nagisa placed his coat and shoes down, glancing back at the phone one last time. Good night, everyone. And Yoshida, please don't kill our friends. Now I just have to explain to my current classmates where I've been, he sighed. How fun, Keano said with a smirk. Karma added, I could kill them if you want. Please don't kill my class of future heroes, Nagisa groaned. The word kill carried a strange comfort now, something that used to be alarming but felt almost casual when used among them. Nagisa realized that's what made Class 3E so special. They were safe with each other. It didn't matter that others might find their jokes morbid. I'm just rambling now, he thought, shaking his head. I should really get to bed. But just then he felt something, a presence behind him. And then a voice. Plus, who the hell are you? Nagisa froze, a sinking feeling in his stomach. Well, I'm screwed. Shit. Of course he forgot to change back after using Keano's quirk. Now, he was really in a bind. All right, breathe, he thought, struggling to calm down. He took stock of what he had on. Contacts and Midoriya's shoes. This was a moment to put his quick thinking to use. What if I just killed them? No. He had been hanging out with Karma way too much. He shook the thought away and focused on Beach Sensei's acting lessons. Thankfully, his mental panic didn't last long, as the figures in front of him hadn't moved yet. Answer my question or I'll report you to the pros, one of them demanded. The hall was dark, but Nagisa could make out 2 figures. With the yellow hair and glowing eyes, he quickly identified them as Tokoyami and Kaminari. He couldn't afford for them to recognize him. He forced himself to speak. Is this the 1A dorms? I think I'm lost. Does Izuku Midoriya live here? Hopefully that'll work, he thought. He was wrong. What? Yes, these are the 1A dorms. Who are you? Kaminari asked, clearly suspicious. Nagisa noticed faint sparks of electricity along his body, casting an eerie light. I'm Midoriya's brother. I came to get the computer he left in his room, Nagisa stammered, trying to keep his nerves in check. He felt panic creeping back as Tokoyami's intense gaze fell on him. The dim light from Kaminari's electricity only heightened their suspicions. Oh, you're Midoriya's brother. Kaminari's tone softened slightly, but the sparks didn't let up. Why yeah, Nagisa replied, playing up the nervous act. I don't visit often, and I got here late. I thought I'd surprise him. He left his computer, and I thought I'd bring it back for him. Kaminari's eyes narrowed. Midoriya never mentioned having a brother. Nagisa's mind raced. We're not that close. He's always so focused on hero stuff, you know. But I thought this would be a nice gesture. Tokoyami's eyes remained fixed on him, and Nagisa could sense their growing wariness. He knew his luck was running out. Beach Sensei would kill him if she found out he'd failed to play a role convincingly. But then, he noticed that Tokoyami and Kaminari both looked exhausted. Whatever they'd been through, they didn't seem prepared for a fight. This might just work in his favor. He remembered the smoke bomb Okuda and Smog had helped him create. Perfect, he thought, a plan forming. Oh, I just remembered something, he said, putting on a smile. And what might that be? Tokoyami replied, still cautious. I have a photo of me and him together, he said, reaching for his bag. Let me just get it out. 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗃 glanced at each other, seemingly appeased. They nodded, allowing him to reach into his bag. Nagisa's hand found the smoke bomb, and with a slight grin he activated it. Plus. The gas canister hissed softly as Nagisa released a controlled burst of the gas mixture into the hallway. 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗃's eyes drooped, and they slumped into an unexpected nap right then and there. His pulse quickened as he realized he had to act fast to cover his tracks. All right, he thought, remove any incriminating evidence, move the bodies, and get changed back. What am I doing with my life? 7. He adjusted their positions, making it look like they'd fallen asleep watching a movie. After wiping down the canister and stashing it back in his bag, he bolted back to his room. Once inside, Nagisa's heart pounded as he thought about what he'd just done. He quickly texted Keanu, Nagisa, hey, Keanu, hey, Nagisa. What's up? Keanu, wait, I never changed you back. Nagisa, yeah, I kinda forgot to ask. Keanu, no, it's okay. I should have reminded you. Nagisa, yeah, I'm kinda in a situation. Keanu, okay. Can you sneak out? I'll meet you outside in 20. Nagisa, yep. Thanks so much. Without further confirmation, he made his way outside to a camera blind spot, where Keanu materialized from the shadows. Keanu to the rescue, she whispered with a mischievous grin. Yeah, and make it quick, he replied, still on edge. The transformation was swift, and within moments, he looked like good old 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 again. Stay out of trouble, Nagisa, she teased before disappearing back into the shadows. He nodded, grateful, and slipped back to his room just as the cameras resumed. The whole thing had been a close call, and as he settled in, he couldn't help but shiver at how narrowly he'd escaped. He started getting ready for bed, trying to push the past hour from his mind. I really hope Cammy and 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗃 forget about tonight, he thought. They'd seemed exhausted, so maybe they wouldn't remember. After brushing his teeth and hiding the dress Karma and Rio had packed for him in the closet, he went over the night in his mind, realizing there was still camera footage of his little squabble. Hey, Ritsu, he whispered, hoping she was awake. What's up, Nagisa? She replied, her voice drowsy but clear. Thank the stars, he thought. You know that camera footage of the past hour. Nagisa, it's literally 2 What did you do? Nothing big, just had to make some classmates unconscious, that's all. This is stressful. You guys stress me out, she muttered. Sorry, nah, it's okay. I was bored watching TV anyway. A few minutes later, Ritsu gave him a thumbs up and told him to get to bed. As he lay down, he found himself missing his bed back home, but sleep quickly overtook him. Tomorrow, he thought as he drifted off, I'll have plenty of lying and excuse-making to do. And Itona and Okuda are coming. He fell asleep like any completely normal person who was not an assassin, unaware that someone might have heard him sneaking back in. Nagisa loved his class from UA. He really did. They all cared for each other in a way, like heroes, but he always felt a difference between himself and them. Like things he wouldn't tell them. Like how he got a quirk, or whatever happened last year. With his other class, his family, he could tell them anything. Which is why he told them about his new quirk, and they accepted him. It was a really good thing that the government was able to cover up 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗃's existence by saying he was a villain with a weird quirk. He chuckled darkly. What kind of people are these heroes? When we tried to reach out to them, they wanted nothing to do with us. How pathetic. They only want the fame. 5 Really, he only became a hero to make a difference in the industry. To make sure there would never be another 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗃, Keanu, or Itona ever again. To make sure heroes would never turn a blind eye to anyone ever again. 7 And sure, being a hero could work, but why put his assassination skills to waste? The entire class enjoys going on missions for a greater cause. The only problem would be the rare occurrence of pro-heroes recognizing him or his class. He guessed that it was a relief that Keanu changed all their appearances. Thanks to Ritsu, they could even get whole new government records. He really hated lying to his classmates, but there wasn't really anything they could do. After all, they were all government secrets. He had just wondered what went wrong that his class finds him suspicious now. Maybe it was you acting like that with Beach-sensei, stupid, too. Oh yeah. That was probably it. You could say that the students of UA High School's Class 1A was like a family. And in a family, people don't keep secrets. 10 which is why everybody in Class 1A were worried for their 𝗵𝗃𝗍. After everything they had been through together, they always stood by each other's side. So what could 𝗵𝗃𝗍 possibly be hiding? 1. He had been acting suspicious lately, and most of 1A thought maybe it was Toga pretending to be 𝗵𝗃𝗍. 2. The mere thought of that made them nervous and uneasy. However, a few of them wished that that was the case, because they could not imagine Midoriya hiding something from them. 2. They told each other everything. Or so they thought. 2. Every time one of them had a problem, 1A was there for them. Especially 𝗵𝗃𝗍. 1. He hadn't been seen all weekend, and he didn't even show up for the training camp. That was really suspicious behavior, knowing that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 is literally the most dedicated hero in training ever. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 woke up at 7:45 that morning, a little later than usual. He had slept well after enjoying the dinner Hara cooked for them the previous night, but he also stayed up late trying to come up with excuses for being missing for 2 whole days. Oh well, at least Itona and Okuda are coming tomorrow. He got dressed and prepared for school, but first, he needed to head to the common area for breakfast. As he walked out of his room, he mentally steeled himself for the day ahead. Thankfully, nobody was in the hallway, but he could hear lots of voices coming from the common area. He caught snippets of Kaminari talking about a weird dream where 𝗵𝗃𝗍 was at the dorms late at night, followed by Jiraiya scolding him for falling asleep on the couch like a loser. This is perfect. They don't remember much and think it was a dream, 𝗵𝗃𝗍 thought as he walked into the common area, only for all chatter to abruptly cease. He could feel the weight of everyone's gaze on him, and it was more than awkward. 𝗵𝗃𝗍, where the heck have you been? Are you okay? Uraraka's voice sliced through the silence, concern etched across her face. The rest of Class 1A echoed similar sentiments. Yeah man, we were worried. You disappeared without a trace, Kirishima added, his eyebrows furrowed. We thought you were kidnapped or something. Shiro exclaimed, worry evident on his face. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 scratched the back of his head nervously, trying to come up with an explanation that wouldn't raise too many eyebrows. Sorry about that, guys. I just had some personal stuff to take care of. Personal stuff? But you told us you were hanging out with friends. Mina accused. Personal stuff? Dude, you can't just vanish like that. What if something happened to you? Kaminari interjected, eyes wide with worry. Ida chimed in, his voice full of concern. Seriously, 𝗵𝗃𝗍, it's not very hero-like to disappear like that. 5. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 sighed, feeling the pressure of their collective gaze. I know. I didn't mean to worry you all. It's just family stuff. Family stuff? Tsu raised an eyebrow. You can't just drop that bomb and expect us to be okay with it. What happened? 5. He hesitated, scrambling for a believable excuse. Well, I went to visit my dad. He needed me for something. 1. The room fell silent, skepticism evident in their eyes. Before anyone could question further, Bakugo exploded, his temper flaring. You liar, you don't have a dad. 4. Oops, 𝗵𝗃𝗍 noticed Momo putting her hands over her mouth, gasping at Bakugo's outburst. He winced, realizing his mistake. I met my mom. She's actually in the hospital, not feeling well, he said, trying his best to sound sad. 1. Silence hung in the air for a moment. Todoroki finally spoke up, his voice calm but probing. Your mom. Is everything okay? 1. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 nodded quickly. Yeah, she's just dealing with some health issues. Nothing too serious, but I wanted to be there for her. The tension in the room eased slightly as the others exchanged glances. He felt a mix of relief and guilt for the half-truth, but he had to maintain the facade. As his classmates seemed to accept the explanation, he couldn't help but catch Bakugo's stern gaze, a silent warning not to play games with them. Holy SHT, that actually worked. Next time, just let someone know where you're going, okay? Uraraka said, her concern shifting into a more caring tone. 5. Yeah, we're like a family here. We look out for each other, Kirishima added with a reassuring smile. Midoriya tried to blend in with the returning buzz of conversation, but he could still sense the lingering skepticism in the room. Todoroki shot him a sideways glance, while Uraraka's eyes held a glimmer of doubt. Bakugo, however, was having none of it. His palms sparked with explosive energy as he took a step toward him. "Hospital, you're full of CRP, Deku. What are you hiding?" Midoriya's heart raced and he stammered, "I swear, Kaken, it's the truth. My mom's not feeling well, and I needed to be with her." Bakugo's narrowed eyes bore into his, fists clenched. "You think you can lie to us and get away with it?" Before the situation escalated, 𝗬𝗂, sitting on the couch with her earphone jacks trailing from her earlobes, spoke up. "Actually, guys, I heard him come in last night. It was like 2 in the morning. What were you doing out so late, Midoriya?" 𝗬𝗵𝗲 gasped. "Oh my gosh. Maybe my dream was true after all," he said, eyes wide with excitement. "Don't be an idiot, 𝗵𝗲. Your but thought it would be good to get a midnight snack, and we ended up falling asleep on the couch at like 1 or something. That dream was not real," Tokoyami stated bluntly. "Anyways, back to what I was saying, Midoriya, are you sure?" 𝗬𝗪 asked, trying to ignore the boy's antics. Midoriya mentally rejoiced, relieved that 𝗵𝗲 and Tokoyami were too tired the previous night to remember what happened. The room fell silent once again, and he swallowed nervously. I had to stay at the hospital with my mom. They needed someone to be with her, and I lost track of time." Kuda's eyes narrowed. Hospitals these days don't really last that long. Are you sure you're okay?" The weight of their collective gaze intensified, and he felt the need to elaborate, even if it meant stretching the truth. "Okay, fine. The hospital thing was just part of it. I was dealing with some other personal stuff too, and I didn't want to burden you all with the details." Mina crossed her arms, still unconvinced. "Personal stuff? Like what?" What the hell, this is getting annoying and repetitive now," he hesitated, glancing around the room at their expectant faces. I can't really talk about it. It's complicated." Bakugo scoffed, anger still simmering. "Family issues? You're dodging the question, idiot." Midoriya took a deep breath, trying to keep his composure. "Look, I know it sounds sketchy, but I promise I'm not hiding anything dangerous. I just needed some time to sort things out, and I didn't want to drag you all into it." Uraraka softened her expression, though doubt still lingered. "Midoriya, we're your friends. If something's bothering you, we want to help." 7, "Yeah, dude, we got your back," Kirishima chimed in, echoing Uraraka's sentiment. Midoriya appreciated their concern but couldn't risk revealing too much. "I appreciate that, really, but I just need a little space right now. I'll let you all know if there's anything you can do to help." As the tension lingered in the room, 𝗬𝗪 cleared his throat and approached him cautiously. "Hey, Midoriya, mind if I ask you something personal? Random, I know, but it's just for fun." A couple of kids in the room exchanged glances, and he knew they were trying to ask him a question that only he would know. He raised an eyebrow but nodded, understanding their need for reassurance. "Sure, go ahead." 𝗬𝗪 scratched the back of his head, looking slightly awkward. "Okay, do you remember what happened that one time when we tried to hide Mr. Aizawa's sleeping bag?" A couple of kids laughed, recalling the event. Midoriya blinked in surprise at the unexpected question, then smiled. "Oh, that's easy. We hid it in the common room, and when he found out, he made us run 30 laps around the school." The laughter from his classmates slowly shifted to grimaces, remembering how brutal those laps were, especially since he had even erased their quirks. 𝗬𝗪 grinned sheepishly, satisfied with my response. "Alright, it's really you then. No villain would know about that." The atmosphere lightened a bit, and the others seemed to relax, accepting his presence more readily. However, the lingering doubt persisted. Soon after, Kirishima piped up with a puzzled expression. "Hey, Midoriya, did you know that English teacher we had on Friday? The one who threw a knife at you?" He nodded, recalling the unexpected prank. "Yeah, I kind of knew her. She's been around for a while, but I wasn't expecting her to, throw a knife at me." Uraraka raised an eyebrow. "Wait, you knew her and she still threw a knife at you? What kind of relationship is that?" He chuckled nervously, trying to downplay the oddity of the situation. It's complicated. She's, an interesting character. Todoroki, usually composed, showed a hint of curiosity. How did you manage to catch the knife, though? That was pretty quick. Midoriya hesitated, not wanting to reveal the true extent of my abilities. Instinct, I guess. I've been through a lot, and you learn to react quickly. Tokoyami and Kaminari exchanged skeptical glances. Instinct. Come on, Midoriya, that's a bit too vague, Kaminari said, crossing his arms. Yeah, and you always act so weird. You're telling me you're just naturally quick. Tokoyami added, his bird-like shadow, dark shadow, seeming equally skeptical. I scratched the back of my head, feeling the weight of their disbelief. Well, I've had some unique experiences that sharpened my reflexes. It's hard to explain. I glanced at Kaken, trying to make it sound more real by referring to his bullying. Tokoyami's eyes narrowed, and dark shadow ruffled its feathers. Your answers are as elusive as a shadow itself. I find it hard to believe. Momo nodded in agreement. I don't know, Midoriya. Instinct can't explain everything. After all those villain attacks, you have to stay on your toes, right? Ever since the USJ, I've been making my training more intense. That seemed to work. A bunch of their faces lightened. Oh, come on. I told you guys, I'm fine, and my mom should be okay, I said, grinning. This definitely went better than I had expected. As the air gradually lightened, the atmosphere in the room shifted from suspicion to a more casual chatter. 𝗵𝗃 surrounded by his classmates, who were eager to share stories about the special combat training he had missed. Man, you wouldn't believe how tough it was. All Might himself was there, giving us pointers, Kirishima exclaimed, flexing his muscles with pride. Uraraka chimed in, and Mr. Aizawa. He pushed us to our limits with his conditioning drills. I thought my legs were going to give out. He tried my best to sound excited, but honestly, nothing was worse than Karasuma's training. That sounds so cool. Well, sounds like I missed quite an event. Yeah, and you missed midnight too. Mineta added with a mischievous grin. She was supervising and you know how she is. The room erupted in laughter, and even Bakugo cracked a small smile. As the conversation flowed, the tension continued to go away. I could tell somebody was about to ask me about my middle school records, a voice saying, "Hey Midoriya, about your middle dash." A savior arrived in the form of Sato. "Hey, guys, breakfast is ready. Let's eat before it gets cold." The mention of food redirected everyone's attention, and they quickly made their way to the dining area. He followed them, relieved for the diversion. During breakfast, the conversation shifted to lighter topics. Tokoyami shared his latest fascination with dark poetry, and Kaminari enthusiastically talked about his new video game achievements. I listened, contributing to the discussion where I could, as the suspicion seemed to fade into the background. Todoroki, however, remained observant. As the breakfast chatter reached the end, he leaned toward me with a subtle yet pointed question. "Hey, Midoriya, about your middle school records, you never got a chance to answer that." You have got to be kidding me, for he looked up, meeting Todoroki's gaze, and for a moment, a couple students fell silent. The weight of their curiosity pressed on me, and he took a deep breath. Before I could respond, Momo broke the silence with a gentle laugh. "Hey, Midoriya, you're not eating enough. You need more protein to fuel those hero muscles of yours." The diversion was swift and well-timed, drawing the attention away from Todoroki's question. I couldn't help but appreciate the distraction. I should probably prepare for that question though. I don't think they would leave it alone. Maybe I'll ask Ritsu to forge them for me and the rest of the class. As we continued with our meal, the conversation went through various topics, from hero rankings to favorite training exercises. The laughter and joy filled the air, masking the mystery of my recent absence. However, as the conversation over breakfast went on, I couldn't get rid of the impression that Todoroki's sharp observation had broken through the well-built mask and left a trail of unanswered questions behind. Well, I guess they are heroes after all. They have the right to be curious. Though, maybe we should invite Beach Sensei to teach here. Just to spice things up. After breakfast, the students made their way to homeroom, the air of suspicion having somewhat cleared. As they walked in, Midoriya couldn't help but notice Mr. Aizawa's stern gaze fixed on him. His usual disinterested expression was notably absent. He sighed inwardly. Here we go again. He took his seat, avoiding eye contact with Aizawa, as the rest of the class settled in. Conversations flowed seamlessly among his classmates, none of them noticing the tension brewing. Aizawa finally broke the silence with his usual dry tone. "Midoriya, where have you been for the past few days? You disappeared without any explanation." Midoriya swallowed nervously, aware of all eyes on him. Sorry Aizawa-sensei. I had some personal matters to attend to, and I didn't want to distract the class." Aizawa raised an eyebrow, but instead of pressing further, he simply nodded and turned back to the attendance sheet. Yet, it was clear from his gaze that he would be keeping a close watch on Midoriya. Why does my life have to be this hard, he thought. By the time homeroom ended, Aizawa approached Midoriya with a stern expression. "Midoriya, we need to talk. Meet me in my office after school." "Oh great." He nodded, accepting the situation as an inevitable ritual. The rest of the day passed quickly, and Aizawa's impending interrogation was pushed to the back of Midoriya's mind as he immersed himself in the hero classes. Once his last class ended, he made his way to Aizawa's office as instructed. The room's dull decor reflected Aizawa's understated personality. Aizawa sat at his desk, his eyes narrowing as Midoriya entered. "Sit down, Midoriya," he said, gesturing to the chair in front of his desk. Leaning back in his chair, Aizawa's gaze was sharp and unyielding. "Let's cut to the chase, Midoriya. Where were you really during the time you disappeared? And don't try to feed me vague answers." Midoriya took a deep breath, trying to stay composed. "I understand your concern, Aizawa-sensei. It was personal matters, family-related. I had to visit my mom in the hospital." Aizawa's eyes remained unwavering, and he paused before continuing. "Why didn't you inform anyone? You're part of a team now, and your actions affect the entire class." "I know, and I'm sorry for not communicating. It was a sudden decision, and I didn't want to burden anyone," Midoriya explained, hoping to convey sincerity. Aizawa sighed, unconvinced. "Heroes don't have the luxury of disappearing whenever they want. We rely on each other. If you're going to be part of this class, you need to understand that." Midoriya nodded, absorbing the message. "He's really going to just let me go like that?" Aizawa continued lecturing him on the expectations placed on heroes and the importance of trust within a team. When the conversation finally wound down, Aizawa's expression softened slightly. "I'll be keeping a close eye on you, problem child. Don't make me regret it." Leaving the office, Midoriya walked over to the janitor's closet. "N, is there even a janitor's closet in UA?" One ensuring the bathroom was empty, he closed a stall door and whispered to Ritsu, "Hey, can you show me what's on my record for my mom? I want to know what they see." Ritsu's holographic form appeared on the screen, a cheerful smile on her face. "Sure. Sorry if I look tired, I was helping Hayami try to adopt a cat." "What? Hey, never mind. You're fine." Anyways, with a few swift commands, Ritsu accessed the files and began reading. "Your mother is listed as 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧. You are emancipated from her." The mention of his mother's name made him grimace. "Glad I'm emancipated from her," he thought, but he still needed to back up his lie. "Okay, that's all?" he asked, masking his unease. "Yep." Ritsu replied, her digital demeanor upbeat. He took a deep breath, the weight of his request settling on him. "Okay, this is going to sound really weird, but can you forge a hospital record stay?" "Nagisa, oh my god," Ritsu responded, half judging, half surprised. He sighed, realizing how absurd his request was but feeling it necessary. "Okay, what else was I supposed to say? My class was interrogating me." "Okay, done." Ritsu grinned, her efficiency almost comical given the situation. He rolled his eyes. "Ritsu, you just love to complain, don't you?" "Yep," she chirped with a mischievous grin. After pocketing his phone, he left the bathroom and walked past Principal Nizu's office, where Nizu was working on new student IDs. Now, he felt prepared to back up his story if it came up again. "Nagisa, Hey guys. Okuda. Oh hey there. What's up? Itona. Hello Nagisa. Are you guys ready for TMR? To Itona. Yeah I am, but I also don't want to deal with your classmates Okuda. They should be fine. Are we okay to stay in your dorms Nagisa? Nagisa. Yeah, as long as we ask, you guys should be able to stay Itona. We have to remember our fake names, like in normal school. Itona. Ritsu, can you remind us? Ritsu, tip. Nagisa is 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 𝗵𝗃, Okuda is 𝗧𝗵𝗃 𝗧𝗪𝗧 and Itona is 𝗧𝗂𝑟I Tanaka to Nagisa. Perfect. Where did you guys get the names though? Okuda, I think 𝗧𝗪𝗼 and 𝗬𝗏 helped us pick them out Itona. Yeah, something like that Nagisa? Okay, I have to go. Bye guys, see you tomorrow. Okuda, bye. Itona, goodbye. He put down his phone and went to bed. That was one hell of a day. Itona and Okuda found themselves awake at an ungodly hour trying to set up everything for their transfer. Unlike the idiot Nagisa, they had remembered to change their appearances and get their names memorized. The morning air was fresh as they made their way to the imposing gates of the prestigious high school. As they stood before the towering entrance, the sheer magnitude of UA struck them. Okuda couldn't help but feel a thrill, her eyes widening at the sight. So, this is the famous UA high school, Itona, his expression more contemplative, remarked. Yep. It's going to be interesting here. Indeed, just imagine the kind of experiences we'll have. Okuda replied, her enthusiasm infectious. Itona, however, couldn't help but voice a note of caution. Yeah, let's try not to stir up too much trouble. We're here to blend in, not stand out. A wry smile crossed Okuda's face. Well, hopefully Yoshida and Takebayashi won't miss us too much. They approached the gate, scanning the ID cards they had found in the house mailbox. With a faint beep, the gates swung open, revealing the expansive campus beyond. Itona couldn't help but comment on the security measures. Wow. There's so much security. Though, it doesn't seem very foolproof. Me or Ritsu could probably break in. True, Okuda agreed, her eyes scanning the surroundings. I heard they revamped the security system after a villain incident and a press scandal. Still, it seems to have its flaws. Walking through the gates, they were met by the school's principal, Nizu. The peculiar figure, resembling a hybrid of a rat, bear, or mouse, greeted them with a warm welcome. Ah, welcome, new students. I'm Principal Nizu. I trust you'll find your time at UA both challenging and rewarding. Itona and Okuda exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered by the sight of the unique principal. Nizu continued, if you ever need guidance or have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Enjoy your first day at UA. As Itona and Okuda strolled through the bustling halls of UA, they couldn't shake the sense that Principal Nizu was keeping a watchful eye on them. They had heard from Nagisa that he was super intelligent or something. The students of UA, ever perceptive, couldn't help but stare at them in the halls. Undeterred, Itona and Okuda met the gazes head-on, their expressions reflecting a quiet determination. So, why do they all look so weird? Okuda whispered to Itona as they navigated through the sea of curious eyes. Itona raised an intrigued eyebrow. I was just about to ask you the same thing. Are quirks that random? That guy has a fish head. They look nothing like 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗧. Before they could talk more, Principal Nizu just popped up beside them. Ah, Haruki and Akari, the quirks might be causing a bit of a stir. It's not every day that UA welcomes new students. One embarrassment crept over Itona and Okuda as they realized they had been openly questioning the appearance of their fellow students. Ah, sorry about that, Okuda mumbled, her cheeks flushing red. Nizu chuckled, his tone light and understanding. No need to apologize. It's only natural to be curious. Now, I'm sure you're eager to start your first day. Off you go. Making their way to the general studies classroom, Itona and Okuda engaged in a hushed conversation about the peculiarities of UA. Do you think everyone here has quirks that make them look different? Itona pondered. Okuda nodded thoughtfully. It seems that way. UA is known for its diverse and exceptional students, after all. They made their way around the school and finally found the support course room. The moment Itona and Okuda stepped into the support class, the room fell silent. Students turned their heads in unison, their eyes widening with curiosity as they looked at the newcomers. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 and 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏 exchanged glances and then sighed. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏, the instructor for the support course, looked up from his workbench and grinned. We have some fresh faces joining us today. Class, these are our new students, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and myheroacademia. Treat them well. The students offered polite nods, but a lingering uncertainty filled the air. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 and 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏 found empty seats, the eyes of their classmates following them as they settled in. Now, today's lesson is all about building robots. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 announced, his enthusiasm infectious. myheroacademia, 𝗬𝗏𝗏, you're just in time. Today, you'll get a taste of the exciting world of support gear construction. 𝗳𝗏𝗄𝗏 perked up at the mention of building robots, his interest evident. As 𝗬𝗏𝗏 delved into the intricacies of the lesson, 𝗳𝗏𝗏 couldn't help but listen intently. However, after a while, a realization dawned on him. He leaned over to 𝗬𝗏𝗏, whispering, "Hey, doesn't this sound familiar? I think we covered this one day." "Oh, that's right. Me and Mr. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏 taught you guys." 𝗬𝗏𝗏's eyes widened as she recalled the shared memory. A smile played on her lips as she whispered back, "You're right. I remember now." 𝗬𝗏𝗏, amidst his instructing, glanced over at the pair, a subtle curiosity in his eyes. However, he continued with the lesson without addressing them directly. After the support class concluded, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 approached 𝗳𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 with an unexpected request. "Hey, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and myheroacademia, mind sticking around for a bit? I'd like you to take a pre-test to gauge your current knowledge level. It's not something we usually do with new students, but I'm curious." 𝗳𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. They followed 𝗬𝗏𝗏 to a separate room where the pre-test awaited them. The questions covered a wide range of topics, from constructing robots to disassembling bombs. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 raised an eyebrow at the latter, and 𝗳𝗏𝗏 couldn't help but chuckle. "Seems like they're really testing us here, huh?" The room was filled with an air of intensity as 𝗳𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 sat side by side, facing a set of carefully arranged devices. The low hum of machinery surrounded them, the task at hand requiring a delicate mix of precision and speed. 𝗳𝗏𝗏's hands worked with a trained smoothness as the timer started counting down, fingertips dancing across the bomb's components. The room echoed with the metallic click of tools as he quickly disassembled the complex system in front of him. You could feel him focusing, his expertise buried in every step. On the other hand, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 displayed an unusual kind of skill. Her quick fingers worked with strength, carefully building the device. Her eyes shone with assurance as she maneuvered around the chemicals, every move deliberate and measured. 𝗳𝗏𝗏 disassembled the bomb and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 built a bomb in record time, creating a synchronized noise of mechanical clicks and hums around the room. Their skills were clearly visible. They were the product of extraordinary experiences. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 couldn't help but be flabbergasted by their work. It was as if time slowed down. As the last components fell into place, the room fell silent for a brief moment, the tension dissipating. 𝗳𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 exchanged a nod, both of them knowing that they already stirred up some trouble. 𝗬𝗏𝗏, a mix of astonishment and pride evident on his face, broke the silence. "Well, that was quite a performance. It seems we have some extraordinary talents in our hands." As they finished the test, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 collected their papers and reviewed the answers. The surprise on his face was obvious as he muttered, "Well, that's unexpected." 𝗳𝗏𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 exchanged curious glances, wondering what had caught the seasoned hero off guard. "Your results are impressive, to say the least. It's not every day high school students know their way around both robotics and explosives," 𝗬𝗏𝗏 admitted, a mix of surprise and admiration in his voice. 𝗳𝗏𝗏, with a modest smile, replied, "We've had some experiences." "Indeed," 𝗬𝗏𝗏 added, her eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 dismissed them with a nod. "All right, you two, you can head off for now." As they left the room, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 rushed to Principal 𝗍𝗍's office, a mixture of concern driving him. Bursting through the door, he exclaimed, "Principal 𝗍𝗍, you won't believe what just happened in the support class." 𝗍𝗍, looking up from his paperwork, raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "Do tell, 𝗬𝗏𝗏. What's got you so worked up?" They aced the pre-test. Akari Kurosawa and Haruki Tanaka showed knowledge beyond what regular high schoolers would possess. I'm talking about building robots and, well, disassembling and even making bombs, Power Loader explained, his voice a mix of awe and concern. Nizu's eyes widened at the revelation. Bombs, you say? That's quite unusual for high school students. Keep a close eye on them, Power Loader. As Power Loader left the room, Nizu's face twisted. For he realized that those two students had a similar record to Midoriya, and they are all acting weird now. Similarly, he saw Midoriya sneaking out late at night on the cameras, before the footage had disappeared. He would get to the bottom of this, if it's the last thing he does. 4. Back with Class 1A, the bell chimed, signaling the end of another rigorous math class for Class 1A. The students, with a collective sigh of relief, filed out of the classroom heading for lunch. Following Lunch Rush's guidance, they navigated the cafeteria, finding their accustomed seats with ease. Midoriya lingered, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Midoriya, are you okay? Kirishima inquired, genuine concern on his face. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just looking for some friends, Midoriya replied, his gaze scanning the sea of students. Together, they made their way to the 1A area, not a mandatory spot for lunch, but a gathering place for the close-knit class. As the support students trickled in through the lunchroom doors, Midoriya's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted towards two figures, one with dark brown hair, the other with gray. Confusion rippled through the 1A students as they watched Midoriya's approach. What surprised them more was when he enveloped the two newcomers in a heartfelt hug. Curiosity on their faces, the 1A students observed Midoriya bringing his old friends back to the table, where introductions awaited. Hey everyone. These are my old friends Akari Kurosawa and Haruki Tanaka. Midoriya beamed, excitement radiating from him as the two newcomers waved in greeting. Hey everyone. It's so nice to meet you, Akari chimed in, her voice carrying genuine warmth. Bakugo, however, couldn't help but be annoying. More extras. You get weirder every day, 𝗵𝗃𝗃. The chatter in the 1A lunch area continued as Midoriya, Akari, and Haruki settled in, their presence adding a good energy to the already lively group. So, how did you guys meet Midoriya? Kaminari asked, his eyes flicking between the newcomers. The question took them by surprise, but Akari shared a warm smile. Well, it's kind of a funny story. We met during middle school, our third year. If any of the suspicions about Midoriya's past went away, they came back now. The students were now curious to hear more about him. Midoriya scratched his head bashfully. Yeah, Haruki added. Yeah, Midoriya and Akari were actually with the people that saved me after an incident. The 1A students listened intently, some nodding in understanding, while others exchanged glances. Mina chimed in and smiled. Well, if Midoriya vouches for them, they can't be that bad. The lunchtime buzz in the 1A area continued until Akari and Haruki dropped an unexpected bombshell. So, what are your quirks? Uraraka asked with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Akari shared an awkward smile. Actually, we're both quirkless. A moment of stunned silence settled over the table as the Class 1A students exchanged incredulous glances. It was as if time had momentarily frozen. Quirkless. Kirishima finally managed to articulate, his surprise evident. Akuri nodded. Yeah, quirkless. But don't worry, we're just here for a couple of weeks. A chorus of gasps and whispers erupted among the 1A students. Todoroki, usually reserved, couldn't hide his surprise. Quirkless and at you, eh? That's unusual. Azui, ever observant, tilted her head. But why are you here if you're quirkless? Akari explained, we're part of an exchange program. We're here to learn about the support course and experience life at U. Plus Mina leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. An exchange program. That's pretty cool. What's it like being quirkless in a hero school? Haruki chuckled. It's definitely cool. Then, unexpectedly, Haruki said something in a different language, smiling. Nagisa, why are your classmates so annoying? Wow. Midoriya wouldn't believe that Itona actually said that. Another amazing fact about 𝗵𝘃𝗁sensei was the fact that she taught all of them how to speak fluent Russian. Thank God none of the other 1A kids could, because 𝗳𝗏𝗄 almost made him laugh when they speak in Russian. The words are in bold. Nagisa, why are your classmates so annoying? 𝗳𝗏𝗄 said. 𝗬𝗏𝗄 put her hands over her mouth. Oh my God, 𝗳𝗏𝗄. They aren't even that bad. 𝗬𝗏𝗄 said. Too, okay, they are a little annoying. She said too, I'll admit, that was a little mean. But karma told me to cause trouble and I couldn't help it. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 giggled. Oh my God, are you joking? 𝗬𝗏𝗄 wailed, you are just trying to make my life harder. None of them know Russian, so play along with what I'm about to say. Class 1A was in shock. Did they just have a conversation in another language? Then, breaking the tension, Momo's voice cut through the stunned silence. Wow, Midoriya, I didn't know you speak Russian. Her excitement was obvious. Midoriya froze, hoping Momo didn't actually know Russian. Then he relaxed again. She didn't. He remembered that the kids one day asked each other if they could speak any languages, and obviously he lied, but Ciro was the only one who could speak another language, Spanish. Midoriya chuckled, a genuine warmth in his smile. Yeah, I learned a little from a teacher. That's so cool. What did they say? Hagakure asked, adding to the conversation. Oh, Haruki thinks you guys are so cool, but he was too embarrassed to say anything, Midoriya revealed, a playful glint in his eyes. Haruki's eyes widened at the unexpected attention, but he decided to play along. His cheeks flushed red as he managed a sheepish smile. Oh yeah. DMN. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 is really good at acting. Maybe Keanu taught him. Okuda thought. Momo, ever inquisitive, redirected the conversation. Who are Nagisa and 𝗳𝗏𝗄? We managed to get a bit of that out from the conversation. Akari, thinking on her feet, quickly responded, oh, I was just saying that Kirishima Kid and Ishido remind us of our old friends. She attempted to smooth over the situation, not trying to let the students know what 𝗳𝗏𝗄 actually said. The table then erupted into chatter, talking about various things from hero work to personal stuff. Then, 𝗳𝗏𝗄's phone rung. He stepped aside to answer, and not many of the kids seemed to notice. Hello Ritsu. What's up? Nothing much, just that you have a midnight mission tomorrow with Yada, Terasika, and Kiara. Okay, thank you for telling me. Who's it about? Some child trafficking thing. Get rid of them fast. They are about to expand their criminal reach, and the ministry needs them dead. All of them. Oh geez, okay. Sorry for the late notice. No problem, it's fine. Okay, bye. Bye. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 made his way back to the lunchroom, and Nagisa and Okuda were curious to see what he had been called for. Midoriya's concern was immediate, his voice tinged with worry. What happened? Who was it? That was an important ringtone, Okuda quickly added. Are you okay? Was it Ritsu? 𝗳𝗏𝗄 reassured them with a solemn nod. Yeah, I'm fine. I have a mission tonight with Yada, Terasika, and Kiara. Whoa, that's a lot of people. What's it about? Okuda inquired, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Some child trafficking thing, 𝗳𝗏𝗄 responded, his tone heavy with sadness. Midoriya's face contorted with a mix of shock and horror. Oh my God. Please do good. I hate people like that. Okuda's anger flared, her words sharp and incisive. I know right. The ministry should have just asked Hayami to snipe them. The ministry would not let that happen. We have to go and steal all the experiment data and try and find the other bad guys. Ritsu popped up and added. 𝗳𝗏𝗄, despite the gravity of the mission, offered a chilling smile. Oh well, I'll enjoy killing them. Midoriya chimed in. Okay now, don't go back to being murderous. He playfully elbowed 𝗳𝗏𝗄, and the three of them shared a laugh. From what the observant people of 1A could tell, they were name-dropping. A lot. Even though none of them knew Russian, it was pretty easy to tell names in any language. The only problem was that there were so many, they mostly forgot them all. And was there a person talking from Akari's phone? For it was really obvious that the three of them were close, but it felt odd to some of the kids. The lively chatter in the 1A lunchroom turned to the topic of favorite teachers, each student sharing stories about the educators who left a lasting impression on them. Kirishima, with a wide grin, started the conversation. Man, I gotta say, 𝗬𝗵𝗃 is my favorite. He's tough, and his training sessions are epic. Momo nodded in agreement. I appreciate Aizawa-sensei's no-nonsense approach. It keeps us on our toes. As the conversation circulated, the attention turned to Midoriya, Akari, and Haruki. Jiro asked, Hey, you three, who were your favorite teachers back in the day? Akari exchanged a knowing glance with Haruki and Midoriya before responding. We had this amazing English teacher. She made learning so much fun. Haruki added, Yeah, she had this unique way of making the lessons engaging. We learned a lot from her. Midoriya chimed in, Definitely. I owe a lot of my English skills to her. The 1A students exchanged surprised glances, curiosity piqued. Kaminari, ever the joker, teased, Come on, spill the beans. Who's this mystery English teacher? Haruki grinned mischievously, Sorry guys, we promised not to reveal her name. She's a bit of a beach, one Akari giggled at the reference. A realization dawned on Mina. Wait, is that why Midoriya's so good at English? That explains a lot. Midoriya blushed. Well, she did inspire me to do better in the subject. Sue, intrigued, asked, Did you guys have any memorable moments together in school? Akari chuckled, Oh, plenty. In our third year, there was this one time Midoriya had to wear a dress to a bar as a dare. Akari, how do you know about that? You weren't even there. Midoriya shouted, embarrassed, Your best friend Duo showed the rest of us when they got back, you know, Okuda said. Mischievously, Midoriya's face turned an even deeper shade of red as the 1A students erupted in laughter. Zero, with a grin, teased, Come on, Midoriya, you can't just drop a bomb like that and not share the details. Oh my god, Okuda, I'm literally going to kill you, then I'm going to kill Karma and Nakamura, Midoriya said, some kids confused on why he made a remark in Russian. One Uraraka, always ready for a good laugh, said, Remember that time Zero pranked us all by putting plastic bugs in the shower? Oh my gosh, Bakugo screamed like a girl. Ha! Watch it, round face, Zero, grinning, defended himself. Hey, I just wanted to be interesting. Didn't expect you to be so jumpy, Bakugo. Laughter filled the room, and Sato added his own story. Mineta tried to set up a trap to catch midnight snack thieves in the kitchen. Turned out he accidentally caught himself instead. Mineta, embarrassed but playing it off, protested, It was a genius plan. I just miscalculated the height of the trap. The group erupted in laughter, and Jiro shared her own tale. One night, Kaminari tried to cook instant noodles without water because he forgot to add it. He almost burned down the dorms. Kaminari scratched his head, chuckling. Yeah, maybe I should stick to microwave meals. Momo, with a sly smile, added, And let's not forget the time we convinced Aizawa-sensei to join our game night. Seeing him try to play charades was priceless. Hagakure, always good at impressions, tried to mimic his words, Never again. That was a one-time thing. Uraraka reminisced, Remember when we tried to teach Ida how to dance? It was horrible. Ida, ever the proud student, retorted, I've improved since then, thank you very much. The tales continued, with everybody pulling up past events. It was like a flood of laughter, passing by them. As lunch finished, the kids slowly departed, heading to the next class. Okuda and Itona decided to hang around for a couple minches. For a bunch of hero students, you guys seem to have done some really stupid stuff. Itona said, even though they all saw him laughing along with the others. They kind of remind me of our class. You know, like that one time that Okajima almost flooded the mountain trying to water Okano's plants. Okuda said, laughing, Oh God. Don't remind me of that, Nagisa said, face-palming. A couple of students passing by wondered why they were speaking in Russian. However, Nizu was passing by. Plus, being the intelligent creature he is, he was determined to be able to figure out what was wrong with his students. He tried to listen into the conversation, but he had no luck. He couldn't decipher what they were saying. He retreated back to his room to take a look at their records once again. 2. The day had finally come to an end, and Midoriya made his way to the common room, relieved to have some quiet time. After enduring a particularly grueling trigonometry test, The group decided to take a break from their usual activities. He felt mentally drained, his thoughts still swirling with leftover frustration. Stupid trig. What even is a cosine, anyway? He thought, rolling his eyes. Trying to shake off his lingering annoyance, he settled onto the couch, letting the softness envelop him as he took a deep breath. The common room was calm, a welcome change after the day's relentless pace. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 and 𝗬𝗂𝗃 had already returned to their respective dorms in the support course A/N. If that even exists, let's pretend it does. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 pulled out his phone, the faint blue glow lighting up his face as he scrolled through his messages. 𝗳𝗏𝗃, hey everyone. How was your day, 𝗬𝗵𝗃? Boring. I had to actually talk with my classmates and I found out they really 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗂𝗃. I swear you should just 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗁 into my class, 𝗬𝗵𝗃. I wish. That stupid counselor gets on my nerves. Yoshida, do we really have to do this every day? This is boring. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, what crawled up your butt and died? Okano, 𝗬𝗃𝗁𝗁, chill Nakamura, 𝗬𝗏𝗄 Okano, you're not helping Takebayashi. Yoshida, you're only mad because you failed an English test yada, there's no way. We can all speak fluent English, thanks to Beach Sensei Wano Kojima. Yoshida, the test was super hard Takebayashi, what are you talking about? You slept like a loser that whole test. Yoshida, oh yeah that too 𝗬𝗏𝗄. I don't even have to take an English class, I just hang around the campus because I don't need it 𝗧𝗪𝗏, lucky. 𝗬𝗏𝗄, I just plan my mangas anyway Meg. I can tell that you will become an author when you grow up 𝗬𝗏𝗄, if I'm lucky. Ritsu, before 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗲 goes offline, I think she needs to ask you guys something 𝗬𝗵𝗃. 𝗬𝗵𝗃, no. Hinano, oh is this about yesterday? Ritsu, yes. And if you never ask, you won't get what you want 𝗬𝗵𝗃. 𝗬𝗵𝗃, okay fine. 𝗬𝗵𝗃, can we please get a cat? Muramatsu, a cat. Hinano, yes. We went to a store the other day, and we found the cutest one ever. Keano, oh yeah. It was actually the same one that Korosensei got a picture of. Sagaya, oh that one Chiba. I mean as long as it isn't too much trouble we could get it I guess. Kenzaki, OMG. I would love having a cat around the house Meg. I think that's a yes 𝗬𝗵𝗃. Wait actually. 𝗬𝗵𝗃, I did not think you guys would agree that fast Sugino, nah. It's okay, we would be totally chill with a cat Nakamura. I would love a cat Nagisa. Hey guys Nagisa, a cat. I think that would be cool Keano. Hey Nagisa. How was school Nagisa? It was awesome. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 and 𝗬𝗂𝗃 arrived and school became so much more fun karma. Oh really? 𝗳𝗏𝗄 hasn't caused any trouble yet. 𝗳𝗏𝗄, 𝗬𝗂𝗃, we may have gotten carried away in our class 𝗳𝗏𝗃. What did you do 𝗳𝗏𝗄? We were in the support course class and the teacher said we would be making robots Yoshida. Here we go again Okano, robots. Okano, oh yeah I forgot you go to UA now karma, so what happened? 𝗬𝗂𝗃, we had to do this pre-test Nagisa. Wait, a pre-test? They don't do that at UA. 𝗳𝗏𝗄, he said that it was out of curiosity Nagisa, 𝗳𝗏𝗄, and we passed the test with flying colors, Nakamura. Isn't that a good thing? Karma, it depends on what the test was about Meg. Well it should have been about making robots right. 𝗬𝗂𝗃, not exactly 𝗬𝗏𝗄, so what was it about? 𝗳𝗏𝗄, we had to make and disassemble bombs Chiba. Are you joking Okano? They're going to suspect you now. Kenzaki, wait you guys actually did it? Takebayashi, I told you guys you shouldn't have left me and Yoshida, so what now? Are you going to be like, investigated? Ritsu, even if they were, I don't think there should be anything wrong with their records. 𝗳𝗏𝗄, yeah but it was fun anyways karma. OFC you would say that, you are literally a robot nerd Nagisa? Karma please. Sugino, anyway back to 𝗬𝗃𝗁𝗁. Is the food there good Muramatsu? Yeah, is it? I bet it tastes better than regular school food 𝗬𝗂𝗃. It's okay but I've seen even myheroacademia make better food Nakamura. Ouch 𝗳𝗏𝗄. It's better than Muramatsu's food Muramatsu. Who's that? Muramatsu. Wait Sagaya. There is no way this guy is real yada. I ask myself that every day Chiba. Speaking of food, whoever is in the kitchen needs to turn down the heat Kenzaki. Hara, Tmatsu, Yada, Mimura. Any of you guys yada? No, I don't think anyone's in the kitchen 𝗬𝗵𝗃. It's prob the air conditioning going weird beasts 𝗳𝗏𝗄 has been gone Sugino. No someone was making food Nakamura? Oh yeah it was 𝗵𝗃𝗃 right 𝗵𝗃𝗃? What? Since when am I allowed in the kitchen Okano? You idiot, when were you banned from the kitchen, 𝗵𝘃𝗲? I wasn't. Oh Nagisa, I think I can hear 𝗬𝗏𝗏 face palming Hinano. Did you guys find out if it was the air conditioning? Chiba, no, it wasn't 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Oh yeah, I was in the kitchen 𝗬𝗏𝗏. And then what? Takebayashi, since when Sugino, you said you were hungry like 30 minutes ago. Karma, there was leftovers in the fridge. 𝗵𝘃𝗲, oh yeah, I was making something. Okajima, this guy is slower than me. 𝗵𝘃𝗏, I think I left something on the stove. Meg, what 𝗳𝗧𝗏𝗍, what Nakamura, what Nagisa, since when? Hayami, holy 𝗧𝗃𝗧, there's a fire. Chiba, jot the freak har, a fire. Bukano, help. 𝗵𝘃𝗏, what did you do? 𝗵𝘃𝗏, what? Trying. 𝗵𝘃𝗏, to make a quesadilla. To 𝗳𝗧𝗏𝗍, what? Meg, what? Fire 𝗧𝗏𝗍, WTF is happening in the house? Okuda, Ritsu. Ritsu, I got you. Ritsu sent house file 1. Karma, do we have to get a new house? Kayano, new house. Meg, no 𝗳𝗧𝗏𝗍, no Sugino, okay we need to calm down. Kayano, I'm not home. Aran Kanzaki, okay what are we going to do? Chiba and Hayami have no clue and they are trying to turn off the stove. Itona, use the button on the side. Kiera, how are you so calm? Yoshida, I could ask you the same thing. Meg, Nagisa? Where the hell is the fire extinguisher? Nagisa, help. IDK, okay I am coming over. Class 1A was sprawled around the common area, bored and looking for something, anything, to do. The atmosphere was sluggish, with everyone listlessly scrolling through their phones or staring off into space. Suddenly Midoriya, engrossed in a video, jolted forward, nearly tumbling off the couch. What the hell? What's wrong with you, shitty nerd? Bakugo barked from across the room, his tone as blunt as ever. Midoriya quickly laughed it off, trying to regain his composure. Oh, nothing. Just watching a funny video. Without another word, he sprang up and made a dash for the door, but before he could get too far, Ida blocked his path, arms crossed in his usual, authoritative manner. And where exactly do you think you're going? Midoriya flashed an innocent grin. I need to go check on some friends. Friends? What friends? Bakugo called from the kitchen, clearly suspicious. Midoriya just rolled his eyes and shot back. Don't worry about it, Kaken. Thinking quickly, he pointed behind Ida. Oh wait, Ida-san, look. Kaminari's jumping on the couch. What? Ida's attention immediately snapped to the common area, where Kaminari was lounging harmlessly. But that was all the time Midoriya needed. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped out the door. Shortly afterward, he received a frantic text. 𝗵𝘃𝗏 had somehow managed to start a fire. Sprinting back to the 3E house, Midoriya roof jumped across campus and arrived in under 5 minutes. He burst through the door to find chaos unfolding before him. Hayami was shouting frantically, urging Chiba to do something, while 𝗵𝘃𝗏 stood sheepishly in the corner. Nakamura and Karma looked on, clearly entertained by the spectacle. Meg and 𝗳𝗧𝗏𝗍 were racing around, trying to locate a fire extinguisher, while Fuwa, Hara, Hinano, and Mimura watched the scene unfold with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Kiera was half laughing, half attempting to help. Nagisa, where did you put the extinguisher? Meg yelled, desperation clear in her voice. I think it's in the bathroom for Terasaka and his group, he replied hastily. Okay. Yoshida, send it down. Chiba shouted upstairs. Midoriya dashed to the intercom, relaying the message to Yoshida, who promptly located the extinguisher and lowered it down. Grabbing it, Midoriya rushed to the kitchen, where Hayami was trying to control the flames. Karma, get over here and help, he called. Together, they managed to extinguish the fire, but the damage was done. Soot covered the walls, and a smoky odor hung in the air. They all stood in stunned silence for a moment before Fuwa broke it with a laugh. Oh my goodness, she exclaimed, clutching her sides. Hara sighed, surveying the mess. I'll grab some cleaning supplies. Nakamura crossed her arms, smirking. 𝗵𝘃𝗏, I think it's safe to say you're banned from the kitchen from now on. Okano and Hinano nodded in agreement, both glaring at 𝗵𝘃𝗏. Yeah, no more experiments for you. They chimed in unison. 𝗵𝘃𝗏 gave a nervous laugh, scratching his head. Great guess I'm officially banned. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, exhausted, leaned against the wall. Let's just be glad we only need a new pan and maybe a stove repair, he said, a faint smile on his face. Ritsu, inspecting the damage, reassured everyone, I'll handle the repair orders. We can have this place looking good as new in no time. Eventually, they all flopped onto the couch, the adrenaline wearing off. Hey Ami, catching her breath, managed a weak smile. That was unexpected. Definitely, Midoriya agreed. Is everyone okay? Meg nodded. Yeah, though I wasn't planning on chasing fire extinguishers tonight, she said with a small chuckle. Hinano sprawled on the floor, chiming in, I think that was enough exercise for the month. Karma, leaning back with a grin, nudged Nakamura. Enjoyed the show. She smirked. It was entertaining. But let's try not to make this a habit. Kiara handed out snacks, grinning. Now that the chaos is over, how about a movie night? Meg perked up. Count me in. I could use a distraction. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 shook his head with a sigh. There's never a dull moment in this house, is there? Yoshida, descending the stairs with the rest of the group, laughed. Let's just hope Karasuma doesn't find out about this. As the group began to settle down, Midoriya glanced at his watch. Sorry, everyone, I need to head back to my dorms. Gotta make sure Itona and Okuda don't cause any more trouble. Yada rolled her eyes playfully. Okay, only because you saved us today. As he walked out the door, Midoriya called back to Karma, Hey, stop telling Itona to make my life harder, you idiot. Nakamura giggled, and Karma just scowled in mock embarrassment. Midoriya waved his goodbyes, heading back to the dorms with a smile, reflecting on the chaotic day and the irreplaceable friends that came with it. Plus Principal Nizu sat at his desk, his usual calm demeanor replaced by a furrowed brow of frustration. Before him lay the records of 3 peculiar students, Akari Kurosawa, Haruki Tanaka, and the normally exemplary Izuku Midoriya. The 2 students in the support course had preformed a seemingly impossible task. He looked through the records, and to his astonishment, the third-year histories of all 3 students were missing. What the hell? It was as if an entire year of their lives had been erased. What's wrong with Midoriya? He is a star student, Nizu mused, his enhanced intelligence quirk working overtime. As he looked more into the files, a sense of unease settled in. Not only were the records missing, but they were sealed. Even those from the school. The only thing there was a note that said they went to Kunitagaka, and also mentioning their homeroom teacher. Nothing more. Wait a minute. Kunitagaka. That sounds weird. Where have I heard that name? His gaze lingered on Midoriya's file, and he couldn't help but notice weird patterns. Why does Midoriya leave every Friday afternoon? Nizu wondered aloud, his furry brow furrowing deeper. He then delved into the recent activities log, a long and boring record of attendance and participation. Nizu's eyes caught a discrepancy. Midoriya had missed a training session last week. For a star student known for his dedication, such an absence was uncommon and raised further questions. The principal's focus shifted to the cryptic conversation the 3 students had engaged in earlier, speaking in Russian. Nizu marveled at the skill displayed by Kurosawa, Tanaka, and Midoriya. How did they manage to talk in a language they've never officially learned at you? He pondered, feeling uneasy about what he doesn't know. 11 The principal leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. He contemplated the possibilities, hidden backgrounds, secret missions, or perhaps a darker past that had brought these students together, like a villain attack. His mind was everywhere. It pissed him off when he didn't know everything. He was an intelligent creature. Just as his thoughts began to spiral into speculation, a knock on the door disrupted his thinking. Nizu permitted entry, and a mysterious brunette woman stepped into his office. Her attire struck him as peculiar, not really similar to the normal appearance of staff. Take a seat, Nizu suggested, his beady eyes studying the newcomer with keen interest. The woman complied, her enigmatic presence lingering in the room. So, you must be the English teacher we called, Nizu stated, trying to put the mystery aside. Thank you for joining us today. I must admit your arrival has sparked my curiosity, Nizu remarked, his sharp eyes peering over the rim of his glasses. The English teacher, poised and composed, replied with a calm demeanor. "The pleasure is mine, Principal 𝗍𝗬𝗍. I'm here to contribute to the academic environment at 𝗬𝗧𝗍. 𝗍𝗬𝗍 leaned forward, his tiny paws clasped together. "Let's delve into your background. What brings you to 𝗬𝗧𝗍? Hi, and what unique skills or expertise do you bring to the table?" The teacher, with an air of confidence, answered, "I have a passion for language and literature, and I believe that effective communication is crucial for aspiring heroes. My previous teaching experiences have allowed me to hone my skills in nurturing both language proficiency and critical thinking." 𝗍𝗬𝗍 nodded, acknowledging the importance of effective communication in hero society. "Your attire is quite distinctive. May I inquire about your choice of clothing?" The English teacher smiled. "I've always found that expressing my style through my clothing calms me." For Principal 𝗍𝗬𝗍, curious but professional, continued his line of questioning. "As part of our faculty, you'll be interacting with students who possess unique quirks and abilities. How do you plan to adapt your teaching methods to accommodate such diversity?" The teacher responded thoughtfully, "Adaptability is key in any educational setting. I plan to tailor my lessons to cater to various learning styles, ensuring that each student can grasp the material and apply it effectively in their hero training." 𝗧𝗏, satisfied with the answers so far, concluded, "Lastly, how do you see yourself contributing to the mission of 𝗬𝗧𝗍 High School?" The English teacher's eyes gleamed with determination. "I see 𝗬𝗧𝗍 as a beacon for future heroes. My role is to empower students not only with linguistic skills but also with the ability to articulate their thoughts, strategies, and emotions. A hero's strength is not just in their quirk but in their ability to communicate and inspire." Principal 𝗍𝗬𝗍 nodded approvingly. "Thank you for sharing your insights. You're free to go, and we look forward to your valuable contributions to 𝗬𝗧𝗍 POVSWH. Oh God, Ritsu, you made me sound like an idiot." Irina hissed through the earpiece, far from 𝗍𝗬𝗍's room 1. "Oh, come on, Mrs. Beach. I could tell that you got the job," Ritsu responded, her tone light and teasing. "Why do I even put up with you brats?" Irina muttered, a mix of exasperation and affection in her voice. "Because you love us," Ritsu chimed in playfully. "Oh, shut it. I'm only here because I need to keep an eye on you guys," Irina admitted, her tone softening. "Why?" Ritsu inquired, genuine curiosity in her voice. "It's nothing too bad, just that I've heard you guys are causing trouble, and I think you need a role model," Irina explained, with a little too much confidence. Ritsu began to dismiss the notion but was cut off. "What was that about? You don't think I'm a role model?" Irina questioned, her tone challenging. No, I do think you're a role model. I just don't think the others will. And if you're trying to keep an eye on us, you should go to karma school." "He already scared off a bully," Ritsu suggested, a mischievous glint in her virtual eyes. "Oh my gosh, that kid is seriously something," Irina admitted. Ritsu's response was quick and cheeky. "But that's why you love us, Mrs. Beach." Irina sighed, though a small smile betrayed her true feelings. "I suppose you're right. I never thought I'd end up teaching a bunch of assassins." "Well, you're doing a great job of it," Ritsu teased, earning a groan from Irina. The comms crackled with laughter, and then a voice chimed in. "Hey, Mrs. Beach, did you really apply to teach? When did you guys get on this channel?" Irina said, accusingly, "Just now, it was Okajima and Mimura's fault." BW, Keano said, giggling, "We're not that bad, are we?" Nagisa's voice held a hint of innocence, though everyone knew better. Irina sighed, a mix of exasperation and affection in her voice. "You guys make me grow wrinkles. Hear that, everyone? Mrs. Beach thinks we're adorable." Ritsu announced triumphantly. "That's not what I said." The kids on the comms flooded the channel with laughter. "Okay kids, let's get back to what we were doing. And shouldn't you guys be training at the house right now?" Karasuma's voice chimed in. Nobody answered him, and everyone left the comms. In a separate hall, Midoriya walked alongside Ida and Uraraka, engaged in conversation. As they turned a corner, the trio encountered a surprising sight. Principal 𝗍𝗬𝗍 was just leaving Class 1B, bidding farewell to the students with his normal chipper attitude. Midoriya seized the opportunity, calling out, "Oh hey, Principal Nizu. I wanted to ask you something." Yes, what is it, Izuku?" Nizu turned his attention to the approaching students. Midoriya, with a hint of eagerness, explained, "I wanted to know if Akari and Haruki from the support course could stay in our dorms for a little while." Nizu paused and considered the request, his whiskers twitching in contemplation. Nizu finally responded, "Sure, why not?" His reply carried a touch of surprise, and he looked a little disgruntled, as if caught off guard by the unexpected request. "This is perfect. I will be able to keep an eye on all three of them now." The trio of students exchanged glances, grateful for the principal's approval. "Thank you so much, Principal Nizu." Midoriya expressed his gratitude with a bright smile, accompanied by nods of appreciation from Ida and Uraraka. Nizu chuckled, "No need for such formalities, my young heroes. Just ensure they abide by the rules of the dorms." With a final exchange of pleasantries, the trio continued down the halls, discussing the newly approved arrangement. Uraraka, walking beside them, had to ask, "So, are they good people? I mean, we'll be sharing the dorms with them." Midoriya nodded, "Definitely. They're hardworking and very easy to get along with. Plus, you guys saw them at lunch." Midoriya left Uraraka and Ida to go back to the 1A dorms, and he made his way to the support dorms to pick up his chaotic friends. Midoriya knocked on the doors of Okuda and Itona's rooms, inviting them to the 1A dorms. They talked about silly, nonsensical things. The trio approached the 1A dorms, and as the door swung open, they were greeted by the smiles and curious faces of their classmates. "Hey, everyone. Akari and Haruki will stay with us for a little." Midoriya introduced them with enthusiasm, prompting the class to welcome them warmly. Todoroki and Bakugo, ever observant, exchanged subtle glances but hid any suspicions beneath neutral expressions. The girls of 1A, in particular, were excited to welcome another female student into their midst. "Hey, Akari. I'm so excited to hang out. I'm Mina Ishido. Remember?" Mina exclaimed, extending a friendly hand. Okuda smiled, accepting the handshake. "Of course I remember you, Mina." Momo turned to Akari with excitement. "So, Akari, have you explored the whole campus yet? There are so many cool places to hang out." Akari smiled, "Not yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Any recommendations?" Kirishima jumped into the conversation. "You should check out the training grounds. It's where we go all out with our quirks. Super fun." Meanwhile, Itona found himself talking to Kaminari about gadgets and technology. "Haruki, you ever thought about inventing your own hero costume gadgets?" Haruki's eyes were tired and boring. "Oh, yeah, I guess I have." Siro jumped in the conversation, interested in the question asking. "Hey, I heard from my friends at the support course that you two are geniuses." The group chuckled, and just as the conversation was about to continue, Sato's voice echoed through the dorms, announcing dinner. "Hey, everyone. Dinner's ready. Let's gather in the dining area." Okuda and Itona breathed a subtle sigh of relief as the topic shifted. They followed the rest of the group toward the dining area, where the amazing smell of Sato's cooking welcomed them. Tsu, taking a bite of her meal, looked around the table with a curious gleam in her eyes. "All right, let's lighten the mood. What's the silliest thing you've ever done?" Mineta, always ready with a cheeky grin, didn't hesitate. "I once tried to use my sticky ball to climb the side of the school building. Didn't end well, though." Laughter erupted around the table, and Momo, with a smile, admitted, "I once accidentally created a giant marshmallow during training. I was hungry at the time, oh my gosh." "I remember that," Jiraiya added, laughing. Uraraka, enjoying her meal, joined in. "I tried to use my quirk to float a bunch of apples and it accidentally hit Deku-kun in the face." As the students shared their amusing stories, Okuda and Itona listened with interest. Todoroki, sensing their quiet presence, decided to include them in the conversation. "How about you two? Any funny or silly moments from your past?" Itona, his usually stoic expression softening, recalled, "Well, there was this time I broke through the classroom door, accidentally." Okuda chuckled. "I once made my teacher try a drink, and his face turned blue. 𝗵𝗃, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and 𝗳𝗏 exchanged glances, trying not to laugh at the reference. 𝗳𝗏 turned blue, literally. 𝗳𝗏, not wanting to talk about themselves anymore, asked one a question. Tell us about some dumb moments you guys had during training. If you guys are as chaotic as 𝗵𝗃 says you are, that is. Kirishima, his trademark grin in place, slapped Bakugo on the back. Man, that time you accidentally propelled yourself into the sky. Legendary. I thought we were witnessing the 𝗬𝗪𝗔𝗂𝗏 of a flying hero. Bakugo scowled, shooting back. It was a 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗲 glitch, not some failed attempt at becoming a bird brain. And I don't need a reminder from extras like you. Jiro, with her earphone jacks swaying, chuckled. Koda terrified one of the kids from 1B when we played a prank on them. Koda, nodding in agreement, murmured, I didn't expect them to run away screaming. Guess animals are scarier than I thought. Ojiro, swaying his tail thoughtfully, shared, I got my tail stuck in the obstacle course once. Made the whole thing look like a dance recital. Embarrassing to say the least. Mina, with her vibrant personality, couldn't resist chiming in. Remember when Ciro used his tape to create a makeshift hammock during the survival training? Dude, you turned a life or death scenario into a chill afternoon nap. 𝗳𝗏 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked so confused. They both thought, almost simultaneously. Ciro grinned, unapologetic. You can laugh all you want, but Aizawa-sensei punished me too. Kaminari, the resident jokester, joined the conversation. Speaking of danger, remember when I accidentally short-circuited my own brain during combat practice? I was zapped for a good hour. 6 Jiro sighed, you'll never live that down, Pikachu. We had to finish the exercise while you were seeing stars. Bakugo added, at least Sparky here provided some unintentional fireworks. Gave the pros a real light show. Midoriya, turning to 𝗳𝗏 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, smiled, oh god, imagine what would happen if we did stuff like that next to our PE teacher. One 𝗳𝗏 shivered at the thought. Todoroki, noticing them, asked, oh, who was your PE teacher? All three paused for a moment, unsure of what to say. 𝗳𝗏, finally deciding to talk, replies, I forgot his name. All I remember from him was that he was really strict, somewhat like your teacher if all your stories are true. One 𝗧𝗵𝗲, smiling, made a playful remark, yeah, last year was a forgetful year. They both lied, of course. Last year was one they would never forget. Plus, as the classmates and friends continued talking, dinner was soon over. They made their way back to the common room and they all decided it would be good for them to get some rest. It was now morning in the UA dorms. The students, each with their unique morning routines, began the day in their own ways. Momo, always an early riser, was already at her desk reviewing notes for the day's lessons. She exchanged a few words with Uraraka, who was groggily getting ready and still half asleep. Down the hall, Bakugo's explosive personality didn't waver even in the early hours. Kirishima, trying to match his energy, attempted a friendly morning greeting only to be met with a grumbled response. In another part of the dorms, Tsuyu, with her calm demeanor, smoothly went about her morning routine. She exchanged a nod with Ida, who was meticulously arranging his school supplies. Midoriya was able to get a bigger room, so that 𝗳𝗏 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 could sleep on airbeds. The soft morning light filtered into Midoriya's room, signaling the beginning of a new day at UA. Midoriya, 𝗳𝗏, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 were getting ready for their classes. Midoriya, fully awake and brimming with excitement, couldn't contain his enthusiasm. Wakey wakey. You don't want to be late for class. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, still half asleep, mumbled in protest, oh geez, Nagisa, do we really have to wake up now? 𝗳𝗏, groggily responding to the commotion, grunted, ugh. Midoriya playfully nudged 𝗳𝗏, trying to rouse him fully. Oh come on. We've woken up way earlier than this. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, surrendering to the inevitable wake-up call, reluctantly admitted, I guess you're right. 𝗳𝗏, now more aware of his surroundings, grumbled, I'm awake. I'm awake. 𝗳𝗏 paused, then voiced his frustration. I'm tired of having to answer so many questions from your classmates, Nagisa. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, chiming in with a teasing smile, countered, well, wouldn't you do the same? Midoriya, recalling 𝗳𝗏's crazy transfer, chuckled. I mean, we did that to you when you transferred, right? 𝗳𝗏𝗧, now fully awake, rolled his eyes. Fair point. As they continued their morning routine, Midoriya couldn't help but flash a sad smile. You guys still getting used to being with Class 1A instead of the E class? Okuda, adjusting her uniform, nodded. Even though we have been to normal school for a while, it feels weird to be with a class now, 𝗳𝗏𝗧, fiddling with his support gear, added. Yeah, and at least they aren't jerks like the past A-class. Midoriya, empathizing with his friends, said, oh well. Now we know how the Big Five feels. Okuda, fumbling with her tie, sighed, I still can't get used to this uniform. It's so different from what we wore back in E-class. Midoriya, adjusting his own tie expertly, grinned, well, we have uniforms now. As the students finished getting ready, they gathered in the common area, sharing a few words and laughs before heading out. They could all smell breakfast being made, courtesy of Sato, who had taken on the role of the dorm's unofficial chef. They sat down to eat and made their ways to the campus. 𝗳𝗏𝗧 and Okuda parted ways with the rest of 1A, and everyone made it to class safely. The Class 1A students filed into their homeroom, chatting as they prepared for another day of hero training. Aizawa watched them with his usual disinterested gaze. Aizawa, leaning against his desk, spoke up in his usual monotone voice. Good morning, class. We've got some important training today, so listen up. Kirishima, nudging Kaminari, whispered, wonder what kind of training we're in for today. Kaminari shrugged, who knows? Aizawa-sensei always keeps us on our toes. One Aizawa continued, today's lesson is all about adaptability. Heroes need to be prepared for any situation, and that means being able to think on your feet. Mina, twirling a strand of her hair, mused, adaptability. This sounds interesting. Aizawa, eyes scanning the room, added, I've invited a special guest to help with today's lesson. Pay attention and learn. You never know when these skills might save your life. Ida, adjusting his glasses, couldn't hide his curiosity. A special guest. I wonder who it is. As Aizawa spoke, the classroom door slid open, revealing Present Mike with his usual energetic flair. Surprise, surprise. Today, we're diving into some unexpected scenarios to test your ability to adapt. Buckle up, kiddos. Bakugo, muttering to himself, grumbled, this better be worth my time. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Bakugo, want to repeat that? Bakugo tensed up and replied, no, sensei. 4. The kids made their way to ground beta, excited to see what was in store for them. Across the field, Todoroki and Momo strategized quietly, focusing on their quirks. Aizawa, interrupting the chatter, signaled the start of the lesson. Present Mike added a burst of energy. Your first challenge begins now. Show me your adaptability. After the lesson was over, the kids came back to the main campus, still talking about that training. Kirishima couldn't contain his excitement, expressing, man, that was cool. Kaminari, affirming their success, chimed in with a sense of camaraderie, bro, I think we all passed those challenges. Uraraka, still caught up in the thrill, exclaimed, that training was so fun. Mina added, and better than the combat training we had the other week. Midoriya, curious about the sentiment, questioned, was it that bad? One Jairu, offering her perspective, replied, it was tiring, that's really it. Siro, dramatically expressing his exhaustion, proclaimed, tiring. That was horrible. I thought I was going to die. Mineta, reflecting on the difficulty, shared, this practice was pretty hard too. Bakugo dismissed the challenge, stated, oh, stop being weak. This was child's play. Kirishima, cautioning Bakugo, whispered, are you crazy, Bakubro? Keep your voice down before Aizawa magically hears you and makes us do more work. One Tsu remarked, Karo. Aizawa seems more tame these days. Ida, attributing it to the class's progress, asserted, I believe it's just because we are getting better. 3. As passing PRD ended, the kids now waited in their seats for the next PRD English. Here we go again, I'll try not to yell this time, Nagisa thought, Still embarrassed about the prank as the new English teacher entered the room, a couple of the boys Kaminari and myheroacademia made some diabolical remarks. One for the sake of the fandom, I will not write them 7 as the students settled into their seats. Mrs. Irina introduced herself, her vibrant presence filling the room. All right, people. My name is Mrs. Irina, and I will be your new English teacher for a bit. Mina leaned over to Kirishima, a mischievous glint in her eye, and whispered, "This is gonna be interesting." Mrs. Irina, catching snippets of the side conversation, raised an eyebrow and remarked with a playful smirk, "Oh, I promise, interesting is an understatement." Meanwhile, Todoroki exchanged curious glances with his classmates, wondering how this new teacher would fit into their already eventful school life. Bakugo, unimpressed, muttered to himself, "Another weird teacher. Great." Mrs. Irina, unfazed by Bakugo's lack of enthusiasm, clapped her hands together, adding, "But enough about me. Let's dive into the fascinating world of English literature. Get ready for a journey, my dear students. There is no way this is the same beach sensei that is a professional assassin." Well, I guess she did say how important it is to be able to act another personality, Nagisa thought. Impressed by her acting skills, Ida raised his hand, eager to contribute, and asked, "Mrs. Irina, have you ever encountered a book that completely changed your perspective?" Mrs. Irina grinned but cursed in her head, "Oh, absolutely, my dear Ida. There's a certain magic in literature that can transform the way we see the world. Now, who else has had a similar experience?" Uraraka eagerly shared her favorite book, sparking a conversation about each student's literary preferences. Mina animatedly described a thrilling action novel, while 𝗬𝗪 praised the works of a well-composed mystery. Kirishima, sporting an enthusiastic grin, chimed in, "I never thought I'd enjoy reading until I stumbled upon this one manga series. It's like a hero story but with a twist." Mrs. Irina nodded, encouraging the students to explore diverse genres. Bakugo, unable to resist the urge to participate, reluctantly admitted, "Fine, there's this one book with explosive battles that caught my interest." The class erupted in laughter, appreciating Bakugo's unintentional pun. Mrs. Irina joined in, much to Bakugo's disliking. As the lesson continued, the students loved Mrs. Irina more and more. When the class finally finished, the kids left the room. Midoriya stayed to talk to his old teacher. "Wow, Professor Beach, I never knew you could teach like that," Midoriya remarked. "Yeah, whatever. Ritsu made me study this crappy job since the day she suggested I teach," Irina replied dismissively. Midoriya grinned, shifting the topic. "So, have you had a chance to explore the campus? And thanks for not throwing a knife at me this time." "Next time I throw it, you won't catch it," Irina retorted with a sly smile. "As if Karasuma would let you kill me like that," Midoriya teased. "You guys are so annoying," Irina muttered, rolling her eyes. "Whatever, go talk to the other teachers. I have to go to my next class." Midoriya sighed. "I get to teach Itona and Okuda next PRDA," she added with mock enthusiasm. They both left the classroom, but in the hallway, Irina found herself interrupted by Nomuri. "Oh my gosh, you're the new teacher, right? I've heard so much about you." Nomuri exclaimed, practically bouncing on her toes. Irina, caught off guard by Nomuri's enthusiasm, chuckled, "Yeah, that's me. And I've heard about you too, Pro Hero Midnight, right?" Nomuri blushed. "Oh, you know about me. That's so cool. I've been dying to meet you. You can call me Nomuri though," Irina smiled. "Well, I'm glad we met." Nomuri leaned in, whispering excitedly, "You have no idea how much I've wanted to chat with someone who's not all serious and hero-like. I mean, have you seen these students? They're a handful." Irina laughed. "Tell me about it. Teaching 1A was like dealing with a bunch of hyperactive squirrels. And don't get me started on Bakugo." Nomuri nodded. "Oh, Bakugo, that kid has fire both in and out of the classroom. It's entertaining." Irina eventually glanced at her watch. "Oh, I've got to head to my next class. Teaching the support course awaits," she sighed. Nomuri grinned. "Well, I'm sure they'll be in for a treat with you as their teacher. Let's catch up later, th?" "Absolutely," Irina agreed, giving a playful salute. We'll have to exchange more stories. See you around, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲. See you, Irina. Looking forward to it. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 waved as Irina quickly walked down the hallway. That was weird. She gives me weird vibes too. I guess I have a teacher friend now. Irina thought, still confused. Sometimes she acts without really thinking. During math class in 1A, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲's phone unexpectedly rang. Oh, I'm sorry, sensei. I have to take this, it's my mom. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 hastily excused himself. He was lying, Ritsu was the one calling him. Hey, Nagisa, bad news. Ritsu started the conversation. Oh, what happened now? 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 responded in Russian. Kara skipped her training yesterday, and Mr. Karasuma found out, Ritsu informed him. Skip training? She would never do that. Oh wait, yesterday was the whole fire thing, right? 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 connected the dots. Yep, and instead of telling Karasuma, she decided to keep it under wraps. Anyways, you have to go on the mission tonight with Itona. He's punishing her for not being there, Ritsu explained. Oh God, so I have to lie to my classmates again. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 sighed. Yep. But it's okay, I already have an email being sent to Aizawa that says you will be out tonight to attend a gala, Ritsu reassured. A gala? So fancy, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 chuckled. Yeah, it was Yada's idea. Her last mission with Hayami was to off someone at a gala, Ritsu added. Oh, okay then, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 agreed. Tell Kiara thanks for not ratting us out, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 said before the call concluded with a casual, no problem. Bye, Nagisa. Mina glanced at 𝗎𝗪 when 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 left the room. They were both thinking the same thing, for her to use her quirk to listen in. For she tried her best, but she was surprised when they started talking in Russian. She couldn't make out anything from the conversation. Much to her disappointment, Mina noticed her eyes widening, and 𝗎𝗪 silently let her know that she couldn't hear anything. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 entered the room again, and they continued the lesson like it was any normal day. Plus, when class was over, the kids made their way to the lunchroom. It was lunchtime, and Itona and Okuda weren't able to sit with 1A. Something about support class bonding. As 1A sat down, they started talking like normal. That was until Mina decided to bring something up. Hey, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲. Who was that on the phone during math? Mina chimed in, her eyes glinting with curiosity. 𝗎𝗪, leaning on the table, added, yeah, it seemed kinda urgent. Everything okay? 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲, attempting to downplay the situation, hesitated before responding, oh, that. It was just my mom. She wasn't well, but she is feeling a little better now. Oh no, that's tough. I hope she gets well soon, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 expressed genuine concern. Yeah, moms are the best. Is she still in the hospital? Kaminari asked, his tone sympathetic. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 nodded. Yeah, she is, but it's nothing too serious. Just needed some rest. As the lively lunchtime conversations in Class 1A continued, Todoroki leaned in and remarked, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲, you've been through a lot lately. How are you holding up? 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 flashed a reassuring smile. I'm fine, Todoroki. Just dealing with the usual hero stuff. Kirishima, always eager for a good story, chimed in. Speaking of hero stuff, did you guys catch the news about Endeavor's latest battle? Yeah. That was insane. The flames were like whoosh. Kaminari exaggerated, gesturing dramatically. Siro chuckled. I'd pay to see you do a reenactment, Kaminari. Todoroki sighed. See us and we not talk about stupid Endeavor right now. For Momo grinned. Sure. Uraraka nudged 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 playfully. So, when are you introducing us to your mom, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲? Ida, always the responsible one, added with a hint of authority, it would be a good idea. We could organize a little get-together or something. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 chuckled nervously. Maybe sometime in the future. She's still recovering and you know hero schedules and all that. Bakugo added with a hint of annoyance in his voice, just don't go crying to mommy if you can't handle the training, Deku. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 sheepishly smiled, stuttering, don't worry, Kaken. I can handle it just fine. The rest of the day passed in a blur of lessons, training exercises, and occasional banter between the classmates. Class 1A along with Itona and Okuda hung out in the dorms. Kirishima started the conversation. Hey, Akari, Haruki, how was your day? Haruki, slightly caught off guard, responded. Oh yeah, it was great. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 chimed in. Yeah, we had a new English teacher. 𝗵𝗃 joined the discussion. Oh really? We did too. Was it Irina-sensei? Haruki began to answer with an unintended slip. Yeah, it was 𝗵𝗃𝗃 quickly interjected. Yep, it was. Midoriya shot Haruki a glare for nearly revealing too much, and Haruki responded with an apologetic look. Todoroki, observant as always, asked, What were you saying, Haruki? Mina seemed puzzled, asking, What are you talking about? Meanwhile, Midoriya cursed internally at the close call. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 explained, He's in a bad mood. Midoriya added with a forced grin, Yeah, I stole his food today. 𝗎𝙪𝙢𝙢𝙢𝙢 teased, You fiend. Aoyama chimed in with his unique flair, How unsparkly. One Bakugo, unimpressed, retorted, What the hell does that even mean? You're always yapping about sparkles and... Aoyama just disappeared into the shadows. Bakugo grumbled some complaints, and the kids tried their best to ignore him. In the midst of the banter, 𝗧𝗪 raised an eyebrow, curious about Haruki's earlier slip. So, Haruki, what were you saying about the new English teacher? Haruki nervously chuckled, attempting to downplay it. Oh, nothing much. Just getting used to her style, you know. Todoroki, still intrigued, persisted. It sounded like there was more to it. Is there something we should know? Midoriya, quick on his feet, intervened. Nah, it's just a little inside joke between us. Nothing serious. Mina, always up for some gossip, added, Inside joke. Spill the tea, Haruki. Haruki glanced at Midoriya, who discreetly signaled him to change the subject. Trying to lighten the mood, he said, Well, you know, it's just typical school stuff. Nothing juicy, sorry. Bakugo, uninterested in the conversation, muttered, Whatever, just keep it down. Some of us are trying to relax. The group continued chatting for a little longer, but Itona and Midoriya realized that had to leave to go to their mission. Normally, before a mission, the kids leave an hour early to meet with the ministry and get a brief overview. Midoriya and Haruki casually announced, We've got to head out, guys. The class exchanged glances. 𝗵𝗃 couldn't help but ask, Leaving again, Midoriya? What's the deal? Midoriya sighed, realizing he had to do this carefully. Just some personal stuff, you know. Nothing to worry about. Bakugo raised an eyebrow. Personal stuff. You always pull this 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗃. Haruki, trying to ease the tension, added, It's not a big deal, seriously. We have to catch an event, so we'll catch up with you later. Kirishima nudged Bakugo. Let them go, man. They've got their own stuff. 𝗧𝗪 shrugged. All right if you say so. But you better not be up to anything weird. As Midoriya and Haruki made their exit, the class kind of just stood in silence. Then Mina spoke up, Oh my gosh, did you see that? Uraraka chuckled. See what, Mina? Midoriya. And Haruki. Did you guys feel the tension in the air? They are totally doing something mischievous. 𝗧𝗪 rolled her eyes. Mina, you're exaggerating. They're probably just going somewhere together. Hagakure, intrigued, chimed in. That sounds cool. What if we followed them? 𝗧𝗵𝗲, panicking, tried to convincingly stop them. Whoa, how about we just let them be? Momo, with a thoughtful expression, added, Let's not jump to conclusions. They might just have some important business to attend to. Tiu, in a teasing way, croaked, Mina, you're acting like a little kid right now. Mina blushed. I can't help it. It's just so exciting. But you know what's even more exciting? A girl party. Snacks, music, and gossip. Let's do it. The girls agreed, and they all left, leaving the boys in confusion. The girls were now in the room. All right, girls. Now that we have some privacy, spill the tea. Tell me your crush stories, your wildest dreams, anything. Mina exclaimed, practically bouncing with enthusiasm. 𝗎𝗪, rolling her eyes, said, Mina, not everyone has exciting crush stories like you. Mina grinned mischievously. Well, what about you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲? Any juicy secrets from your time at middle school? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 chuckled. Just the usual stuff, nothing too scandalous. Midoriya was always the center of attention, but he handled it surprisingly well. Mina continued to lead the conversation, eager to create a lively atmosphere. She turned to 𝗧𝗄𝗧, trying to dig into her past. Come on, 𝗧𝗄𝗧. You must have some awesome stories from your time in middle school. Spill the tea. 𝗧𝗄𝗧 hesitated, glancing at Uriarika and the others. Well, it was pretty normal, you know. Just the usual stuff. One Mina pouted, you're no fun. We're sharing secrets here. Momo interjected, let's respect everyone's privacy. 𝗧𝗄𝗧 doesn't want to share, we should move on. Mina proudly declared, well, first things first, let's talk about crushes. Anyone got a secret crush? 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗵𝗲 winked, well, you can't see mine, but it's pretty secret. 𝗬𝗪𝗢 smirked, Mina, this is not a sleepover. But fine, I'll play along. I might have someone in mind. Mina nodded, yes. Spill the tea. The girls continued their lively chat, laughing and sharing stories. Mina, always full of energy, clapped her hands. Alright girls. Next on our girl party agenda, nail painting. Who's in? Uriarika grinned, sounds like fun. But can we even find enough polish for everyone? Mina opened a drawer, revealing an impressive collection of colorful nail polishes. I've got you covered, Uriarika. Pick your colors, ladies. Excitement filled the room as the girls selected their favorite hues. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗵𝗲 chose sparkly pink, while Momo opted for a more sophisticated deep red. The others chose their colors with sparkles in their eyes as they painted each other's nails. The atmosphere turned cozy. The girls continued their conversation, going from girly topics to discussing their class and recent events. Class has really been going slow these days, Mina remarked, a hint of frustration in her voice. Uriarika nodded in agreement. I know, right? It's like the lessons are more basic. Momo chimed in, removing her nails from the UV light. Well, I see what you mean, but the pros have been dealing with more stuff lately. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗵𝗲 interjected softly, I'm not sure that's what's happening. I heard that there have been fewer incidents involving villains. Uriarika's eyes widened as she considered this. Oh yeah, and the underground heroes have less work too. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗵𝗲 remarked, well, at least the class is somewhat normal. Momo nodded in agreement, saying, if you ignore the recent changing of teachers, yeah. 𝗧𝗄𝗧 sat there in silence. On one hand, she really loved these girls, they were really fun to hang out with. But on the other hand, she knows that her loyalty to the E-class cannot be surpassed. She knew that Midoriya's classmates were getting suspicious of him, and she really wanted to help him out. Yeah, maybe if I just add to the conversation I can learn what they know, and maybe clear him of his suspicions. Okuda thought, smiling. 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗵𝗲 hesitated before speaking up, her voice trembling slightly, don't you guys think Izuku is acting a little weird? The room went silent. Mina stopped painting 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗵𝗲's nails. Uriarika responded with a thoughtful hum. Momo followed suit, albeit more reservedly. Wait. 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗵𝗲's heart skipped a beat, scared that she had F up, but to her surprise, Mina's face lit up with excitement. OMG. You noticed it too. 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗵𝗲 chimed in, sharing Mina's enthusiasm. Oh, this is good. Uriarika nodded in agreement, her curiosity piqued. We can finally figure out what's wrong with him. Mina jumped up from her seat, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Let's brainstorm, girls. What could be going on with Midoriya? Uriarika leaned forward, her expression serious. Do you think it's related to his quirk? Maybe something happened during his hero training. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧𝗵𝗲 shook her head. I don't think so. He's always been dedicated to his training, even more so than the rest of us. Momo paused for a moment before offering her input. Perhaps it's something personal. Has anyone noticed him leaving campus more often than usual? 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗵𝗲 listened to the conversation intently, relieved that her plan didn't backfire. She remained silent. Mina turned to 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗵𝗲, noticing her thoughtful expression. Hey, 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗵𝗲, what do you think? Caught off guard by the sudden attention, 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗵𝗲 hesitated before responding, not sure. He's just been different lately. DMN. I need to get better at this acting thing. Maybe Kayano can help me. Mina's eyes lit up with excitement as she proposed her idea. You know, we could always check his room. Maybe there's something there that can give us a clue. Oh no. How about we don't do that? 𝗬𝗧𝗏 hesitated, her brows furrowing in concern. I don't know, Mina. Snooping around in someone's room doesn't seem very hero-like. Thank you. I love you so much, 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Okuda said, sighing of relief. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 nodded in agreement. She's got a point. Invading someone's privacy isn't the best way to approach this. Momo calmly stated, perhaps we could simply talk to him directly. Express our concerns and offer our support. We have tried to talk to him. He always gives us the most bland answers ever. Tsu said, scratching her head. Mina chewed on her bottom lip, weighing their options. Alright, how about this? We'll go to his room, and if we don't find anything, we talk to him directly. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 nodded, seemingly satisfied with the compromise. Sounds like a plan. Oh great. What did I just do? It should be fine, right? I'm pretty sure Nagisa left the shared computer with 𝗵𝗃 last week. Other than that, there is nothing suspicious there. I hope he took all his weapons with him, though. As the girls strolled down the hallway toward Midoriya's room, they passed the boys on the couch. They were watching some American sport and yelling at the TV. Ignoring them, they decided to talk about their plan. So, what do you think we'll find in Midoriya's room? Mina asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I bet it's still plastered with All Might posters, 𝗬𝗪𝗏 chimed in, adjusting her earphone jack with a smirk. Definitely, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 agreed with a laugh. I mean, have you seen how obsessed he is with All Might? That does not sound like Nagisa at all. I wonder why he chose such a weird fake personality, Okuda thought, while chuckling. Momo nodded in agreement. I remember when we toured the dorms, it was certainly something. That sounds about right, Mina remarked. The girls pushed open the door to Midoriya's room, expecting to be greeted by a vibrant display of All Might stuff. However, what they found left them utterly stunned. Whoa, where's all the All Might stuff? Mina gasped, her eyes scanning the room in disbelief. It's like a completely different room, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 remarked, her voice tinged with confusion. 𝗬𝗪𝗏's eyebrows furrowed as she surveyed the room. I've never seen it this plain before. What's going on? As they stepped further into the room, they noticed the simple bed with plain bedsheets, different from the superhero spread they recalled. However, their attention was drawn to a small yellow octopus plush resting on a pillow, an unexpected sight in the room. 5. Is that an octopus plush? Momo questioned, her gaze fixed on the plushie. Okuda giggled at that. She found it cute how Nagisa still loves him. Meanwhile, on one side of the room, the sight of a safe caught their attention, which left them in shock. What's with the safe? Mina wondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. And look, there's a computer on his desk, 𝗬𝗪𝗏 pointed out, gesturing toward the desk where the computer sat. Oh my Nagisa, I thought you gave it to 𝗵𝗃 for the week. Okuda mentally cursed one as the girls gathered around Midoriya's computer. Excitement and curiosity filled the air. Mina reached out and pressed the power button, while 𝗬𝗧𝗏 leaned in closer to get a better view of the screen. Whoa, it's unlocked. Mina exclaimed with a grin. 9, let's see what's on here. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 agreed eagerly. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 was still unsure. Should we really be doing this? It feels kinda wrong. Momo nodded in agreement, adding, I agree with 𝗬𝗪𝗏. This feels like an invasion of privacy. Mina waved off their worries, saying, come on, guys, this is 𝗧𝗏 we're talking about. 2 he wouldn't mind. Tsu hesitated. Mina is right. First his weird behavior, and now the whole room being different. It's like a whole new Midoriya. Icons scattered across the computer. Mina gasped in amazement, while 𝗬𝗪𝗏 raised an eyebrow, impressed by the lack of security measures. Okuda decided it was enough. But something was really wrong. Why was the computer unlocked? 2 as the girls scrolled through Midoriya's computer, their excitement grew with each click. Look, there's a folder labeled Middle School. Mina exclaimed, her eyes widening with anticipation. 1, maybe we'll find some clues about what's been going on with him. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 chimed in, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. They eagerly attempted to open the folder, only to be met with a prompt for a password. Oh, of course, it's locked. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 exclaimed. Sadly, Momo furrowed her brows in thought. Do you think he'd use something obvious as the password? Then it hit Akari. This was an obvious trick. They don't have a file named middle school on the computer. It was probably a trap for snoopers. They were probably going to ask her about the password. She contemplated for a little bit. If she had called Ritsu, she would be taking away from the mission that was going on. But if she didn't, there would be more of a chance for him to have some secret spilled. She decided to do the best with what she had. As they struggled to unlock the folder, Mina turned to Akari, her eyes gleaming with hope. "Hey, Akari, do you have any ideas for a password?" she asked eagerly, leaning in closer. "Yeah, you know him best, right?" 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked, pleading. Akari paused for a moment, taking a seat at the desk. "Actually, I need to check something on my phone first," she said cryptically, her fingers already typing away. The other girls exchanged curious glances but didn't press further, too worried about what could happen. "Don't mind me. I'm using a voice type," Akari said with a smile. "Okay, just hurry, we don't know when they will be back," 𝗬𝗧𝗏 said, confused. "All right. I need help. To the person who is in my phone, answer me back in Russian and make sure not to use any names. I'm in a room with some classmates," Okuda said, trying to be discreet. She knew that if she used names, the girls would find her suspicious. "What can I do for you?" Ritsu answered, not popping up on the screen to remain secret. "Hide everything on this computer that has to do with us and our little hobby. Leave at least something that the girls can find." "I'm trying to play along," Okuda said, trying to wrap things up. "You got it. I'll need to do this quickly though, I'm on a mission," Ritsu responded. Okuda knew that it worked, because while the girls were strolling around the room, a file from the computer disappeared. She called the girls back to look on the computer. She told them that she had no idea what the password was, and she wasn't lying. The computer was locked, only a retina scan of a 3E kid could open all the files. For the girls exchanged disappointed looks as they had no luck opening it. Back to square one," Mina groaned, slumping in her seat. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 sighed in frustration. "I thought we had it for sure," she murmured, leaning back in defeat. Just as they were about to give up, Momo's sharp eyes caught something on the screen. "Wait, what's that?" she asked, pointing to a small file tucked away in the corner. Jiryu leaned in for a closer look. "I didn't even notice that before." "Let's open it," she suggested, her curiosity coming back. The file was named 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗃 photos. Why have I never seen that? Oh well, I hope 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗃 isn't in that. I trust Ritsu to delete those though, Okuda thought, though curious to see what 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗃 had captured for the year. "Who's 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗃?" Momo questioned, furrowing her brow in confusion. Jiryu quickly clicked on the folder, revealing a series of photos. "Wait a minute," she trailed off, her eyes widening in recognition. Mina leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued too. Mina leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. "Is that Akari?" she asked, pointing at one of the photos. 𝗬𝗧𝗏's eyes widened in surprise. "It is," she exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Akari blushed, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and curiosity. "Oh yeah, that is me in middle school." 𝗧𝗏𝗃, stunned at the photos, said, "But you look so different." 𝗬𝗧𝗏, amazed at her change, asked, "You grew out your hair?" Okuda turned red. Curse freaking Okajima for his photos. "I thought we agreed never to look at my witch costume again." Akari nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it wasn't really my best look," she admitted quietly. Momo's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh my god. You look so cute in the picture of you and the girl with dark blue hair," she exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Mina leaned in closer to get a better look. "Whoever took these photos is amazing. Look at the one with the blonde girl in the sunset," she remarked, marveling at the quality of the images. Tsu's gaze shifted between the different pictures. "The girls in the kimonos at the bottom are gorgeous. Do you know them?" she asked curiously. Akari hesitated before responding. "Why yeah, I know some of them," she said, her voice slightly tense. Then, to everyone's surprise, the file mysteriously locked. The girls exchanged nervous glances, while Akari couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over her. Disappointed by their lack of progress with the computer, the girls collectively sighed and decided to return to the room. As they walked back, Jiryu remained unusually quiet. Concerned, 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗏 spoke up. Hey, 𝗎𝗪, is everything okay? She asked, her voice with worry. 𝗎𝗪 hesitated for a moment before brushing off their concern. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about something, she replied vaguely, her tone distant. Mina frowned, sensing that something was wrong. Come on, 𝗎𝗪, you can tell us if something's bothering you, she urged gently, her eyes filled with concern. 𝗎𝗪 shook her head, offering a weak smile. It's nothing really. Just need some time to process everything, she reassured them, although her words quieted down. Once they arrived back in Mina's room, 𝗬𝗪 tried to lighten the mood. Hey, don't worry too much, guys. We'll figure out what's going on with Midoriya eventually, she said optimistically. Tsu nodded in agreement. Yeah, 𝗬𝗪's right. Let's try not to stress too much about it for now, she chimed in, forming a reassuring smile. Mina perked up at the suggestion. I've been dying to watch Legally Blonde. It's such a classic, she exclaimed, her excitement infectious as she rummaged through her DVD collection to find the movie. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and Akari exchanged amused glances before joining in on the enthusiasm. Sounds like a plan, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 agreed with a grin, while Momo nodded in approval. With the decision made, the girls settled down on Mina's bed, ready to enjoy their movie night together. As the movie played on, the girls couldn't help but add their own commentary, giggling at the funny scenes and sharing their thoughts on the characters. Oh my gosh, 𝗬𝗏 is such a queen, Mina exclaimed, her eyes glued to the screen as she admired the determination. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 chimed in, I love how she proves everyone wrong and follows her dreams. It's so inspiring. Momo nodded in agreement, a small smile playing on her lips. Definitely. It just shows that you can't judge someone based on appearances alone. Throughout the movie, the girls loved every part of it, forgetting their earlier worries for the time being. Once the credits rolled and the movie came to an end, Akari suddenly spoke up, her voice hesitant yet determined. Guys, I think I'm going to head out for a bit. I want to visit my parents' house. The other girls exchanged confused glances, not quite understanding Akari's sudden decision. However, they respected her choice and nodded in agreement. Sure, Akari. Just let us know if you need anything, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 said, her tone supportive yet curious. 𝗎𝗪 was not dumb. There was obviously something wrong with Akari and Midoriya. She sat in silence during the last half of the movie contemplating. What could be happening here? Akari's first mistake was calling Midoriya by his first name. That solidified the fact that they were really close along with Haruki. There was absolutely no way that she doesn't know anything what is happening. 2. She was quiet most of the time we talked about Midoriya. 3. When they made our way to the room, she seemed to systematically block us from searching places. 4. She sat down at the computer and started talking to her phone in Russian. What could she have possibly needed to do that for? 5. She was in those pictures on Midoriya's computer. There was no way in hell that doesn't make her more suspicious. She looked surprised to see the photos too. 6. All three of them, Haruki, Midoriya, and Akari, are so quick to think on their feet. Like, when Todoroki asked them a question, Haruki almost screwed up. It was obvious to her that they had improvised a topic right on the spot, and that he was about to say something he wasn't supposed to. After looking over all of her reasons, she decided to take one more trip to Midoriya's room. There had to be something that the girls hadn't seen before. As 𝗎𝗪 made her way to Midoriya's room, a nagging feeling of unease gnawed at her insides. Something just didn't sit right with her about the whole situation. She couldn't shake the feeling that Akari and Midoriya were hiding something from them, and she needed to get to the bottom of it. Entering Midoriya's room, 𝗎𝗪's eyes scanned the familiar surroundings, searching for any clues that might confirm her suspicions. She tried to recall things that they hadn't searched their first time in the room, and her eyes couldn't stop going back to the closet. As she approached the closet, her heart pounded in her chest with each step. After all, she didn't know what she could be dealing with. With trembling hands, she reached out and slowly pulled open the closet door, revealing what was inside. What she saw left her speechless and frozen in shock. Tucked away among Midoriya's belongings were weapons. 3 knives, 1 green and 2 real ones, a small gun, and even a sniper rifle. There was even boxes of ammo, One of the boxes had BB-looking bullets. The longer she looked, the weirder things became. 14. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 for his video games. I shouldn't even know what a sniper rifle is. A wave of panic washed over Jirou as she struggled to comprehend what she was seeing. Why would Midoriya have weapons hidden in his closet? What was he planning to do with them? Her mind raced with a bunch of questions and worst-case scenarios, each more terrifying than the last. Could Midoriya be in danger? Or worse, could he be planning something dangerous himself? Was he a villain? The UA traitor? Panicked, she picked up the green knife. It seemed like RBB with weird letters on it. Then her internal voice yelled at her. Her eyes widened when she realized that she shouldn't have touched them. He could know if he remembered where they were placed. She quickly put them back in place, praying that he wouldn't notice. Should I report this to Nizu? What would happen? Is this really his stuff? She was really panicking now. She tried to think back at all the times they had been together in class. He was by far one of the kindest people in all of 1A, and he would never hurt anyone. She tried to brush it off, though the thought of it still bothered her. But then something hit her. Those weapons were used recently, and there was space for more. Based off the position of the clothes and stuff in the closet, the weapons were on top. You see, in a regular closet, a dress you wouldn't wear often would be at the bottom of things, like other clothes, shoes, or anything else. One example of this was a shoebox that had something on top of it. Based off that, she could tell that he hadn't used that shoebox or whatever was in it for a while. The weapons, however, were at the top of everything. They looked like that had been used recently. She paused for a bit, then made a decision. She made her way back to the room, and decided to keep her mouth shut about everything. The time will come and she was sure she would get answers soon. Talking to Nizu might break the trust he has in class 1A4. After watching the movie, Okuda left the UA dorms. But because she was actually really hungry and needed to catch up with the E-class girls. She entered the house, only to see Yoshida, Muramatsu, Takebayashi, and Justice studying. Wow, I never took you guys for nerds, Okuda remarked with a playful grin, crossing her arms over her chest. She channeled her inner karma, while saying that one Muramatsu glanced up from his notes, offering a nonchalant shrug. Whatever, we all have a test on the same thing soon, and Takebayashi is helping us. Ah, that's so cute. Okuda teased, her smile widening as she looked at Takebayashi. Ignoring the teasing, Okuda turned her attention to Justice. Do you guys know if Nagisa and the others are back from their mission? I don't know, they have been gone for a while, Takebayashi replied, furrowing his brow in thought. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 is probably falling asleep, he has an early bedtime, Yoshida chimed in with a chuckle. That reminds me of one of the kids from UA. Anyways, where are the girls? Or anyone? Okuda asked, glancing around the room curiously. I'm pretty sure a couple of them are in the spa, something about an everything day, whatever that means, Muramatsu replied, his gaze returning to his notes. 2, okay, try not to stay up too late. Okuda called over her shoulder as she turned to leave. Who are you? Yoshida joked, earning a laugh from the others. Very funny, I'm going now, Okuda replied, waving goodbye as she exited the room. With her goodbyes exchanged, Okuda made her way down the hall towards the spa. As she opened the door, she could see Meg, Keanu, and Okano relaxing on chairs while Nakamura, Kanzaki, and Yada were doing their hair. Hayami, Hara, and Fuwa were all passed out, sleeping on massage chairs. Okuda's sweat dropped at the sight. Hey there, Nakamura greeted with a friendly smile, waving her over to join the group. I thought you were busy with all your hero stuff, too good to hang out with us, huh? Nakamura teased, nudging Okuda playfully. Now you all know that's not true, and we literally talked on the phone yesterday. Okuda chuckled, shaking her head at their playful banter. She glanced around the room and noticed Hayami asleep in one corner. Is Hayami asleep? Keanu turned her head and laughed at the sight. It looks like Fuwa and Hara are passed out as well, Okano remarked, pointing to the other sleeping figures in the room. So, what's up? Why are you here so early? In the week? Meg asked, curiosity in her tone. Oh well, I decided to come over since Nagisa and Itona are gone on a mission, Okuda explained, settling into a nearby chair. Oh right, they still aren't back? Keano asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. I guess not, but I asked Ritsu a little bit ago, and she said they should be wrapping up. They are most likely at the ministry right now, Kenzaki chimed in. So how's life at the dorms? Kano asked, curiously, oh yeah. Did you guys know that Okajima made a photo album of us during 1 month? Okuda shared excitedly, reaching for her phone to show them the pictures. Oh no, he didn't. Meg exclaimed, leaning in closer to get a better look. I really hope they are appropriate, Hinano interjected, joining the conversation from the other side of the room. Don't worry, they are actually so cute. There was even one of Mr. Karasuma and Beach Sensei. Okuda laughed, scrolling through the photos on her phone. Oh my gosh. That's so cute. Keano exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with delight at the adorable pictures. Okano raised an eyebrow, her expression curious. But how did you see them? I thought the computer was with Nagisa. Nakamura interjected. Wasn't it with Karma? Okuda shook her head, her lips pursed in thought. Actually, it was still in Nagisa's room. Keano leaned forward, her eyes and smile wide. Oh, then how did you get to it? Okuda began to explain. His 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Keano interrupted with an exclamation. Oh my gosh. Why are his classmates so troublesome? Nakamura chuckled, shaking her head. Well, you can't blame them, I always love some good drama. Okano smirked playfully, teasing Nakamura. Yeah, but that's because you are like the devil. Nakamura's eyes widened in mock offense. Hey what? Kenkazi giggled at the playful banter between Nakamura and Okano. Just as they were about to start the next conversation, the spa intercom rang. Hey girls, I heard you guys were in the spa. Get a chair ready for me, I'm super tired. The girls looked at each other and smiled. The intercom jolted Hayami awake, and she blinked in surprise at the sight of Okuda. Okuda? Since when were you here? Hayami yawned. Well, you were sleeping pretty good, Okuda chuckled. I was going to take a picture of you, you looked so cute, Nakamura teased. Nakamura, I know I'm tired, but I can knock you out, Hayami joked. Ha, she's joking, right? Nakamura glanced around, seeking confirmation. Obviously, Keano and Okano chimed in unison, while rolling their eyes. Yada finally made it to the spa, and the girls settled down to chat. So, how was the mission? Kenzaki asked. Oh, it was great. The ministry is going to send another group to collect the data from the villains we stopped, Yada replied. Is everyone okay? Like in one piece? Okano pressed, while moving from the chair to the floor. Yeah, we didn't get in any bad situations, though 𝗧𝗪𝗎𝗂 almost blew our cover because he was fighting with Nagisa, Yada explained. Fighting with Nagisa. Is 𝗧𝗪𝗎𝗂 okay? Keano laughed. Yes, hi, he's fine, Yada assured them. After a bit more catching up, the girls made their way downstairs. It wasn't that late, and Nakamura convinced them to eat some sugary snacks. Okuda entered the common room with a bright smile, greeted by the sight of Nagisa, Itona, and 𝗧𝗪𝗎𝗂 getting settled in. Hey guys, she exclaimed, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. Nagisa's face lit up at the unexpected arrival. Oh, Okuda. You're here. He remarked, surprised. I thought you were at the dorms. Yeah, I decided to come back just for the fun of it, Okuda replied casually, shrugging off her earlier reason. Nakamura, with her usual playful banter, no, she's lying. It's because your classmates are boring and Okuda loves us more than them. She teased, earning a chuckle from Keano. Hey, don't forget there's Super Snoopy too, Keano added, joining in on the jest. Nagisa's expression shifted to one of concern. Oh God, what did they do? He asked, a note of worry in his voice. Okuda's tone turned around as she tried to explain. They went into your room and searched it, she said, her eyes meeting Nagisa's with sympathy. Nagisa's eyes widened in horror. What? Okuda, I didn't put my weapons away. He exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Okuda tried to reassure him. It's fine, they didn't find anything, she reassured him, hoping to alleviate his distress. Nagisa breathed a sigh of relief, but his face said otherwise. I swear to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 with these people, he muttered under his breath, running a hand through his hair in frustration. They had to find something though, Kiana remarked, her brows furrowing in thought. Okuda nodded in agreement. They found the house computer, she revealed, her expression betraying a hint of concern. Nagisa, you freaking idiot. That was supposed to be at Karma's today. Nakamura scolded, shaking her head in exasperation. Nagisa's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I forgot, he admitted sheepishly, realizing his mistake. Okuda quickly shifted the focus away from Nagisa's oversight. But they didn't find anything, only some pictures Okajima took, she explained, trying to steer the conversation to a lighter topic. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who had been silent until now, piped up with curiosity. Wait, what pictures? Keanu chuckled softly, offering an explanation to the bewildered 𝗧𝗵𝗲. You were there. Oh wait, I forgot you were sleeping, she remarked with a playful grin. Meg jumped in with excitement. He took some pictures of us last year. They came out super cute, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hinano's face lit up with delight. We all look amazing in them, she exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration. Hayami's face contorted in disgust. No. I look so horrible in pictures. As the conversation continued, time passed. Soon, Nagisa, Okuda, and Itona had to leave. They called Itona from his room in the intercom, said their goodbyes, and left, returning to 𝗬𝗧. Nagisa was not going to let his classmates just get away with snooping. He had to come up with a plan, and make sure he was more careful from now on. Well, there goes my trust. One really thought they were better than this, but I guess I was wrong, Nagisa sighed. Midoriya couldn't believe it. His classmates really couldn't be trusted. He needed to do something to keep them off his trail, something that would stop their suspicions. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. When he returned to the dorms, he spotted most of his classmates gathered around the couch, deeply engrossed in a movie. He made his way over and found Mina and the others sitting on the carpet nearby. Hey, Midoriya. Mina greeted with a smile. Hey. Kirishima chimed in. Welcome back. Isn't it a little late? Uraraka asked, her voice tinged with concern. Where were you? Jiraiya questioned, an accusatory note in her tone. Are you okay? Momo inquired, worry evident in her eyes. He paused, gathering his thoughts before speaking up. Well, I was okay until I went into my room and found things out of place. You guys went through it, didn't you? He allowed a hint of venom to seep into his voice, doing his best to sound genuinely hurt. The TV clicked off, and a heavy silence fell over the group. The boys looked bewildered, while the girls exchanged guilty glances, fully aware of what he was referring to. Oh, Momo whispered, her voice filled with regret. We're really sorry. We didn't mean to snoop, Uraraka apologized earnestly. Then why did you do it? Are you really that fake? That untrustworthy? Midoriya's frustration was palpable. Whoa, what are you guys talking about? Kirishima interjected, looking from one person to another in confusion. Sneaking into his room. Kaminari echoed, furrowing his brows. That is very unheroic. What could you possibly have needed? Ida added, his disapproval unmistakable. Midoriya, are you sure you're not reading too much into this? Zero suggested, trying to calm things down. You've been acting so different lately. Can you blame us? Jiraiya challenged, her glare sharp. Midoriya sighed, deciding it was time for the next part of his plan. You want to know why I keep leaving? Why I'm so secretive these days? Fine. I'll tell you. My mother has a very bad disease, she's literally dying. I didn't realize you all felt the need to snoop into everything I do. I thought I could trust you. I even heard some of you think I'm a villain. Really? He shook his head, feigning hurt. I've always been honest with you. I try to tell you everything, but maybe that trust is gone now. I'd never do anything to hurt any of you. He forced his voice to crack as he spoke, willing himself to look sad. A quick glance around the room showed it was working. Some of the girls looked ashamed, and the rest of the class seemed genuinely concerned. I'm going back to my room. Don't knock unless it's an emergency, he declared, turning on his heel and heading down the hall. As soon as he was out of sight, A small smile broke out on his face. That seemed to work. Great. Now, I just need to do a bit of damage control. Back in his room, he started tidying up, rearranging things to make it look less cryptic. Then he noticed his computer. This was supposed to be with Karma today, I'll give it to him tomorrow. He needs it for training before his mission on Tuesday. He moved to his closet, but his heart dropped when he saw that his weapons had been moved. This was bad. Being caught with unapproved weapons on campus could get him expelled. He hoped none of his classmates had discovered them. Then he remembered, Okuda had been with the girls during their search. She would have prevented them from finding anything. With a sigh of relief, he decided to lock his weapons in a safe place, hiding them further out of sight. By the time he finished cleaning, it was very late. He lay down, trying to gather his thoughts for tomorrow. Where are the others? Right, Itona is skipping class, and Okuda's sleeping over at the house. Itona must be getting sick of the others. Midoriya's eyes drifted closed, a small smile on his face as he thought of how well he'd pulled off the day. With his plans in place, he let sleep take over, ready to face whatever came next. 3rd person morning arrived, but the tension from the previous night lingered thickly in the air, casting an awkwardness over breakfast. Bakugo wasted no time, confused on why the class was silent. Alright, what the F happened last night? Why are all of you extras so damn quiet? Midoriya greeted him with forced cheeriness. Good morning, Kaken. We just had a little chat about trust and reliability last night. Bakugo clicked his tongue in irritation. Whatever. The rest of breakfast passed in a blur. Class 1A strolled into the room, greeted by the sight of Vlad King, their history teacher, standing at the front. All right, students. We have a special lesson for today, Vlad King announced. The class exchanged curious glances, intrigued by what their lesson could entail. Have you guys ever wondered what happened to our moon? Vlad King prompted. 6 Midoriya, who wasn't really paying attention, now tuned in attentively. Momo eagerly raised her hand. Didn't it get destroyed by some cruel villain? 8 Midoriya winced at Momo's mention of Koro-sensei. Vlad King nodded. Yes, very good Momo. The moon was indeed destroyed by a villain. Kirishima chimed in, what kind of heartless monster would do that? Yeah, don't we need the moon to survive? Kaminari added. Was the villain caught or something? Bakugo inquired. So, this is a peculiar lesson, Vlad King paused. We don't know much about this villain because he mysteriously died. Oh yeah, it was last year, right? Uraraka recalled. Yeah, wasn't it on the news? Ida added. Vlad continued. Yes, the event was recorded on the news, but Hagakure interrupted. Then how do you not know much about it? If you would let me finish, Vlad responded. The event was erased from the news the very next day. Every record of the event was destroyed. Kaminari was amazed. Oh, how did people make that happen? Momo interjected. If I can remember correctly, it was actually the government. Sato contributed. Actually, I heard that it was leaders from everywhere in the world. That doesn't even make sense, Mina remarked. Now, let's get back to the lesson, Vlad urged. Midoriya was listening intently to the conversation. It made him angry that everyone knew Koro-sensei to be some heartless villain. He tried his best to not scream out and explain how he was the best thing to ever happen to him and the rest of 3. He was under a GG order. He couldn't even do anything about it. Wait, we are under a GG order. The world leaders covered the whole incident up. So why is Vlad King teaching us about him? What the hell? 3 Midoriya, seething inside, couldn't hold back anymore. He raised his hand. Hey, sensei. Midoriya spoke up. Yes. What's up, Midoriya? Vlad inquired. If this event was covered up by the government, then why are you teaching us about the villain in class? If the world leaders thought the event was so bad, he shouldn't be talked about in schools, right? Midoriya questioned. Todoroki froze, picking up a discrepancy. Why did you refer to the villain as he? Todoroki pressed. Midoriya cursed internally. Momo also noticed the discrepancy. Wow, I didn't even notice that. Why did you call the villain? Midoriya knew he was going to have to say something controversial to cover it up, but he had to do it anyway. Midoriya knew he had to think fast. It was because there are more boy villains, you know. I assumed it to be a boy, Midoriya stammered. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was not pleased. What the hell are you saying? Are you implying that only men can be villains? Yeah, what kind of thought process is that, Deku-kun? 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗃𝗃 chimed in. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to assume its gender, Midoriya backtracked, feeling the weight of everyone's stares. Vlad intervened. You make a good point. But here at UA, where the teachers are pro-heroes, we are allowed to cover topics as long as they aren't specifically restricted by a government order. Oh, okay, Midoriya replied, making a mental note to talk to Ritsu after this. Now, back on topic, who can tell me what happened as a result of the moon's vaporization? Vlad redirected the class. Midoriya zoned out, not really listening to the conversation. Soon after that, class was over and the kids were waiting alone for English class. While walking out of the class and into the hallway, he ran into Irina. Oh, hey there Beach-sensei, Midoriya greeted. What do you think you're doing? Are you causing trouble again, Nagisa? She asked him. Accusingly, Midoriya, offended, replied, What? No. Also, I told you to call me Izuku or Midoriya. My bad, Nagisa, she said while giggling. Midoriya, mock angry, rolled his eyes. I swear, just go teach the class. Irina gave him a wicked grin. No, you never answered me. She gasped. Oh my gosh. You're skipping class. Shoo, no I'm not. I'm just going to the bathroom. Midoriya said, trying not to let his classmates hear him. Irina rolled her eyes. Whatever, okay, go before the bell rings. Midoriya said, trying to get her to class. Bye Nagisa. She called with a teasing smirk. Jellybitch. Midoriya called back, satisfied at getting the last laugh. Midoriya wandered around the halls, and then made his way to the bathroom. After making sure nobody was in there, he sat down in silence. He had that feeling of unease in his body. Like when you don't feel angry or sad, just weird. He pulled out his phone to read the messages in the 3E chat. Nagisa? Hey guys, Nakamura. Hey Nagisa Okuda. Nagisa, you should be in class with Professor Beach right now. Nagisa, you should be with Power Loader right now. Nakamura, what kind of weird-ass name is that? 𝗬𝗏, right? This place is so weird. Sugino, so we are all on our phones. Arn. Hinano, yep. Isegai. Guys, I think we should focus on school. Nakamura, oh my gosh, you are literally such a party pooper. Muramatsu, pooper haha 10 kano. ISTG Muramatsu tuyada, Muramatsu egt FFF. You're fiend right now. The teacher is looking at you. Direct Alt 1 Yoshida. What the hell, Kanzaki? She is most likely typing without looking under her desk. Keano. It reminds me of when myheroacademia didn't know how to spell your Nagisa. You're right. He spelled it like G1 myheroacademia. Alright Keano, we are fighting when you get homo Kano. As if you could fight her. Kanzaki. You couldn't even get a scratch on Mr. Karasuma. Isegai. Okay, but that's because he is like a trained combat guy. Terasika. So are we. Nagisa. Did anyone actually get him though? Karma. I did. Nakamura. You don't count, you're literally a natural. Sugino. TBH, we never got to spar against him during the last couple months. Hinano. Oh, don't mention that time, my heart just dropped. 1 Okano. Yeah Nagisa, it's all in the past. We're fine Nagisa, but Sugino has a point, we never were able to spar against him. Nakamura. Do you think we would win Terasika? Nah. We'd win Itona? No, you wouldn't. Terasika. Kanzaki. Loudly crying face. Ritsu. I just had to save Muramatsu from getting in trouble because his butt couldn't pay attention to the teacher. Muramatsu. Okay, I didn't realize she stopped teaching. Ritsu. Even Yada noticed. Karma. Hey, you should be on top with your spatial awareness. Oh right, that's why Nagisa got you so easily during the paintball game. Nakamura. Himeo Nagisa? Nagisa? Anyways, Ritsu, I wanted to talk to you about the government's involvement with Korosensei Keano. What? Aren't we in a GG order or something? Sugino. Isn't the whole thing hidden from public? Nagisa? Apparently not, because we just had a lesson on the villain who destroyed the moon. Kano, what? Is that even like, legal? Ritsu, no, it shouldn't be. Kano, well what did they say? Nagisa, they talked about him being heartless and a cruel villain. Hinano. I literally screamed at a camera that he was the opposite of that. Sugino, They took all the news coverage off the internet though, right? Ritsu? Yeah, I helped them Ritsu. I'm going to talk to Mr. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Okay guys, how about we all get back to class Meg? What a good idea 𝗬𝗧. Why can't school just be like High School Musical for myheroacademia? I won't think you really want that Nagisa. Bye everybody. Midoriya turned off his phone and looked at his watch. He had lost track of time and class was almost halfway over. He ran to the 1A classroom. When he walked into the class, he was greeted by a mad 𝗬𝗪𝗍𝗍. Hey there Midoriya. Nice of you to join us. Midoriya got really scared. Would 𝗵𝘃 rat him out? He was proven wrong in the last second, finally back from recovery girl. Are you feeling better? One his eyes widened before saying, yes, thank you. Sorry for being late. Then, under her breath, she mumbled, you forgot me and Karasuma were in the group chat. Stop being suspicious. After 𝗵𝘃's class finished, school passed in a blur. Nothing really interesting happened, nothing that Midoriya thought would matter. The kids stepped into the dorms, and the tension in the air was almost tangible. The girls of 1A exchanged glances before approaching Midoriya. Midoriya, began Mina, her voice hesitant as she turned to face her. Midoriya responded, meeting her gaze. Uraraka chimed in, her tone gentle yet determined. Can we talk to you? Midoriya nodded slowly. Oh yeah, sure. Together, they made their way to Mina's dorm room. Midoriya, Momo started, her voice wavering slightly. We would like to apologize for snooping in your room. Uraraka nodded in agreement. We really didn't have bad intentions. Tsu chimed in softly. We didn't know what was happening in your life. Momo continued, her tone remorseful. And we didn't take that into notice. Jairu spoke up, her voice apologetic. Yeah, we're sorry, Midoriya sighed, his expression softening. It's okay. I know you guys didn't mean to cause any harm. And I'm sorry for all the things I said yesterday. Mina leaned forward, her eyes earnest. So, you forgive us? Midoriya nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. Yeah, as long as you guys don't try and snoop anymore. As they entered the common area, the boys looked up, concern evident on their faces. Kirishima spoke up first, his voice laced with worry. Hey, everything all right? Midoriya nodded, his expression now lighter. Yeah, everything's fine now. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his tone. Really? Uraraka beamed, eager to reassure them. Yes, everything's sorted out. No need to worry. Just then, Akari and Haruki walked into the room, their presence immediately drawing the attention of the students. Hey guys! Kirishima called out, waving enthusiastically. What's up? Akari grinned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Not much, just enjoying the peace and quiet. Haruki chuckled, shaking his head. Speak for yourself. I could pass out right now. The students laughed, the tension of earlier fading away. The students slowly made their way into their friend groups. Unfortunately, there is never a dull day in the dorms. Haruki, Akari, and Midoriya were hanging out in Midoriya's room and chatting. They were talking about what they wanted to do this Friday. What did we miss while we were gone? Okuda asked. Midoriya shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, nothing much. I talked to them about snooping in my room. I told you that they were no good, Itona grumbled, his tone tinged with distrust. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. Come on, are you this salty about your classmates? Takebayashi is always yelling at him for it. Okuda sighed, rolling her eyes. Okay, we could leave if you want. Midoriya suggested, gesturing towards the door. That sounds like a good idea. We have to go meet Hayami's cat anyways, Okuda said, a smile tugging at her lips. I love cats, Itona deadpanned. A serious face for a silly comment. So, do you want to go to the house? Midoriya asked, turning to face them. Yeah, but what are you going to tell your classmates? Okuda questioned, her brow furrowing slightly. Itona pondered for a moment before responding. You should have no problem lying to them. I think you're a natural now, he said, a playful glint in his eyes. Oh, come on, fine. I'll tell them we are going to my mom's. Midoriya relented with a sigh. I thought you told them your mom was sick. 𝗬𝗂𝗍 pointed out, confusion in her voice. Midoriya scratched his head sheepishly. Oh yeah. Itona, we are going to yours, he declared with a grin. All right, Itona said, nodding in agreement. Wait a minute. Who's driving us? 𝗬𝗂𝗍 said, confused. 𝗬𝗂𝗍, we can just roof hop, Itona said, like it was nothing. Midoriya sweat-dropped. Actually, let's walk. I don't want to almost kill another old man, for. As they left the dorms, they started the long walk to the house. 120 minutes of walking had passed, and the three were unfazed. After all those years walking the mountain, they were more than trained in endurance. The three of them exchanged glances, then stopped walking. Midoriya sighed. For a girl who is invisible, you would think that they would be more stealthy. What a lame way to use your quirk. It's a shame. Itona said, disappointed in her. 𝗬𝗂𝗍 face-bombed. I mean, with that advantage, you would think that you would train to be more quiet. The three people turned around, spotting 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀. Seriously. We talked about this already. Midoriya said. Didn't you just talk to them about this? 𝗬𝗂𝗍 sighed. They approached 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀, and Itona knocked her out. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 and 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀 were hanging out in their room. They wanted to play a language game, inspired by Midoriya and his friends. They decided they wanted to learn a language, and they thought that it would be cool to learn Russian. They searched up some basic words and pulled up a translator. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀 started trying to say the words. The translator showed the English version. Suddenly, the translator started showing words that 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀 wasn't saying. So, do you want to go to the house? Yeah, but what are you going to tell your classmates? You should have no problem lying to them. I think you're a natural now. Oh, come on, fine. I'll tell them we are going to my mom's. I thought you told them your mom was sick. Oh yeah. Itona, we are going to yours. All right, wait a minute. Who's driving us? 𝗬𝗂𝗍, we can just roof hop. Actually, let's walk. I don't want to almost kill another old man. The two girls exchanged a glance, their expressions mirroring confusion and horror. 𝗬𝗪𝗀's voice came out sharp with disbelief. What the F? What was that? 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀 frowned, her invisible form betraying her puzzled expression. Where did that come from? 𝗬𝗪𝗀's mind raced as she connected the dots. Midoriya's room is right next to us. The translator might have picked up that conversation. She gasped. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀's eyes widened in realization. He was lying to us. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 nodded grimly. I guess so. Killing an old man. What the hell does that mean? 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀 exclaimed. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 had a good feeling that that statement related to the weapons she found in the room. By this time, both of the girls' hearts were racing. 𝗬𝗪𝗀 was getting more and more suspicious of Midoriya every day. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀 tried to offer a glimmer of hope. They could just be playing around. We don't know that for sure. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀 hesitated before continuing, her tone uncertain. This might sound weird, but 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀 finished her sentence, understanding dawning in her voice. You want me to follow them? I know. Two with a determined nod, 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀 watched as 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀 got up and undressed to be completely invisible. 𝗬𝗬𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 made her way, following Midoriya and the others. When Midoriya, Haruki, and Akari stopped walking, 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 froze. When they started talking about her, she was scared shitless. How the hell can they see me? I'm invisible. And I thought I was being really quiet. This whole time, nobody else noticed me. Before she knew it, she was passed out. The three kids stood over 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀's invisible body. Midoriya furrowed his brows, his voice laced with uncertainty. So, what do we do about this? 𝗬𝗂𝗍𝗀 glanced at him, her attitude in her words. She's your classmate. Midoriya hesitated, searching for a solution. Itona interjected, we can drop her back off at the dorms. 𝗬𝗂𝗍𝗀's eyes widened in apprehension. How would we? We could get caught. Itona shrugged. She's an invisible girl. It's not like we are going to be seen holding her body. Midoriya nodded in agreement. You have a good point. Itona pressed on. Where do we leave her? Midoriya pondered for a moment. We could leave her on the couch. 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 scoffed. Yeah, right, the boys are probably gaming. Itona scratched his head, considering their options. Okay, we could leave her outside. 𝗬𝗂𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀's eyes lit up with an idea. What if we wake her up and leave her on the doorstep and run away? Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise. He never thought Okuda would think like that. DMN. Was all he could say. Itona nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. It works. Okay, let's go back, Midoriya agreed. They made their way back to the dorms, Itona carrying Hagakure on his shoulders, trying to be discreet. Carefully, they left her on the doorstep and gently woke her up. After confirming that she was awake, they ran away quickly. This time, they decided to wait for Myhara to pick them up in the car because they didn't feel like walking. Myhara, his hands steady on the wheel, glanced at the others in the rearview mirror. So, what happened? Just bored? Okuda's voice carried a hint of excitement. No, Itona knocked out a girl. Myhara's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his eyes widening in shock. What? Midoriya leaned forward eagerly. She was following us. I deliberately walked the wrong way, and we caught her. Itona couldn't hide his satisfaction, a proud grin spreading across his face. She was invisible. Myhara's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, wait till Karma hears about that. Midoriya chuckled confidently. Yeah, huh, I'm sure he would be proud. Okuda beamed with pride. For sure. As the car pulled up to the house, excitement bubbled within the group. They were greeted by Meg and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who approached them with curious expressions. Meg raised an eyebrow. Hey, what's going on? Back so early? Itona couldn't contain his grin. You won't believe what just happened. Midoriya jumped in eagerly, recounting the events with animated gestures. We caught someone following us, and get this, she was invisible. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's eyes widened in surprise, and he started to laugh. No way, really. Okuda nodded, her excitement happy. It was insane. Together, they made their way to the common area, where they found the girls watching a game show. Hayami glanced up as they entered, curiosity flashing in her eyes. Hey guys, what's up? Here for Hara's amazing food. Nagisa, what's up? Are you guys here for Hara's food? Hayami greeted cheerfully. Wait, Hara made food. Okuda's eyes widened in surprise. Hara made food. Nagisa's stomach growled in response. I'm so hungry. The two of them hastily made their way to the kitchen, where Nakamura, Karma, Sugino, and Kanzaki were engaged in conversation with Hara. Hayami, where's the cat? Itona inquired eagerly. One Hayami chuckled softly. I think she's over there with Chiba and Terasika. Without wasting a moment, Itona darted over to join them. 2. Hagakure woke up on the dorm entrance confused. What am I doing here? Then the realization struck her. Oh my god, I was following Midoriya and the others. What happened? She opened the door quickly and grabbed the attention of Class 1A. Todoroki's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. What was that? Momo's eyes widened as she noticed something. Did the door just open? Uraraka's gaze followed Momo's and she let out a relieved sigh. What? Oh, it's Hagakure. Siro's brow creased in puzzlement. What are you doing in your hero clothes? One Hagakure shifted nervously. It's nothing. Has anyone seen 𝗎𝗫? Bakugo snorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Yeah, 𝗎𝗫 was in her dorm room. Ida's eyes widened in shock. Bakugo, that is not nice. Bakugo shrugged, unapologetic. I don't give a f for eyes. Hagakure muttered a quick, thank you, before darting off to find 𝗎𝗫. Mina furrowed her brows, voice low with concern. That was strange. What's going on? Kirishima nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. I agree. Something doesn't feel right. Uraraka chewed on her lip, deep in thought. Why was Hagakure in her hero costume? And why was she asking about 𝗎𝗫? Siro laughed. Why'd you have to attack 𝗎𝗫 like that? Bakugo rolled his eyes, irritated. Because that's what she is, tape face. Always with those DMN earphones. Ida frowned, disapproval evident in his tone. Still, Bakugo, that's not an excuse to be disrespectful. Bakugo grunted in response, crossing his arms defiantly. Meanwhile, Mina's gaze remained fixed on the direction Hagakure had gone. We should go check on 𝗎𝗪𝗢. Momo nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to make sure everything's alright. Uraraka shook her head. We shouldn't look too much into it. There isn't really a problem, Kaminari nodded. I think we should just leave them alone right now. Let's not worry, tomorrow is Saturday. 𝗎𝗪𝗢 was waiting in her dorm, nervous and kind of regretting sending 𝗎𝗪𝗢 on the spying. SHT, why would I do that? Midoriya could be dangerous and I really didn't think about her safety. I really hope she's okay. Just as 𝗎𝗪𝗢's worry reached its peak, the door swung open, revealing 𝗎𝗪𝗢 standing there. 𝗎𝗪𝗢 rushed forward, her concern in her voice. 𝗎𝗪𝗢, are you okay? What happened? 𝗎𝗪𝗢 hesitated, as if trying to recall something. I was following them and they noticed me. 𝗎𝗪𝗢 cursed under her breath. What did you do? 𝗎𝗪𝗢 shook her head, her voice quiet. The next thing I knew, I was back at the dorms. 𝗎𝗪𝗢's eyes narrowed with confusion. Wait a minute, how the hell did they notice an invisible girl? 𝗎𝗪𝗢 sighed in frustration. That's the thing. I don't understand. Once she reached for her phone and saw messages from Akari, which only confused her more. Akari, hey 𝗎𝗪𝗢. Are you okay? Akari, we were walking and we noticed you and came over to say hi, but you passed out. Plus Akari, Haruki felt so bad haha, we took you back to the dorms. Akari, hope you are feeling better. Akari, drink some water. Midoriya, Akari, you scared us, you should go to Recovery Girl to make sure you're okay. There is something going around I heard. Haruki, 𝗎𝗪𝗢 and 𝗎𝗪𝗢's faces both widened reading the texts. Why is this whole thing so confusing? The early morning light filtered through the windows of the house as Ritsu roused the groggy kids from their slumber, urgency in her voice as she informed them, Karasuma is calling all of us. Muttering and grumbling, they dragged themselves up the stairs, still half asleep. Why are we up so early? Nakamura protested, her voice thick with sleep. Nagisa, a bit more awake, asked, what do you guys think we are doing? Mahara, concerned, added, whatever it is, it must be important since he called all of us. Terasika, his annoyance obvious, chimed in, didn't Chiba just come back from a mission? Chiba, clearly tired, mumbled in agreement, yes. Eventually, they all were in the computer room, where Karasuma's stern face greeted them from the screen. Took you long enough, he scolded, prompting Hinano to stammer in response, well, it's really early. You guys have been up earlier, Karasuma reminded them. Sagaya admitted, yeah, we had to wake up pretty early to walk up the school mountain. Kenzaki, scratching her head, added, you have a point but still. What? You guys have to wake up early for training at the house? Karasuma questioned. Kiera nodded in understanding, right? Yoshida agreed, thanks. The kids knew that they would occasionally oversleep during training days. Karasuma then dropped the bombshell. Anyways, I want you guys to investigate this mansion. Sugino's eyes widened in surprise. A mansion? Isegai, his curiosity piqued, questioned, wait, for what? Meg, her tone cautious, remarked, a mansion is odd. Karma, stepping forward, asked the question on everyone's mind, are there people living in there? He asked with a devious smile. Karasuma let out a resigned sigh. No, there are no people living inside the mansion. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, unable to contain her excitement, interjected, oh, I bet it's haunted. Kiera smiled at that. Muramatsu, visibly nervous, whispered, I really hope it's not. Are you scared, Morimatsu? Itona teased one. Muramatsu, offended, said, no. I just think that 𝗏𝗏 is being an idiot. Yada, rolling her eyes, chided, come on, don't be a baby. Kano, sensing the tension, shushed them all. Karasuma continued, laying out the details of their mission. I will give Ritsu the address. You will be looking for suspicious items like files or a hidden lab or something. Nakora, sweat dropping, questioned, or something. Mahara, his concern escalating, added, are you trying to get us killed? Just then, Irina sauntered on the screen, catching everyone off guard. Hey kids, she greeted, causing some groans from Terasika. Okuda blurted out, Beach Sensei, aren't you supposed to be at UA? Irina shrugged nonchalantly. No, I'm on a break. 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 interjected, anyways, I don't know much of the mission, it comes straight from the ministry. Okajima's eyes widened in realization. Oh shoot. 𝗵𝗃, equally surprised, echoed, straight from the ministry. Hinano attempted to lighten the mood. Well, Kiara, you did say you wanted to have a mission with the whole class, here we are. Kanzaki nodded in agreement. Let's hope we do well. With that, 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 wrapped up the briefing. That's all I have for you guys. You are free to go. Get changed and Ritsu will get you a driver. Irina couldn't resist a parting shot. And don't forget to change into your regular appearances, cough cough Nagisa. Nagisa protested, it was one time. Nakamura chuckled, I wish I could have a picture of your classmates' faces during that. Hara couldn't help but agree, oh god. Ritsu floats above Nagisa's phone, displaying a holographic map of the mansion. The kids take a look at it for a little and then enter the doors. Kiara, her curiosity piqued, remarked, wow, this place looks really old. I wonder what secrets it holds. Karma, with a playful grin, teased, this sounds fun. I bet there are ghosts and spiders. Okuda, nervously muttered, I hope there aren't any spiders. Terasika, trying not to show his fear, shouted, knock it off Karma. Kama, flexing his muscles, reassured the girl, don't worry Okuda. We'll protect you. They cautiously stepped inside, the creaking floor beneath them showing the age of the mansion. Nakamura, scrutinizing the surroundings, commented, this place gives me the creeps. It's so quiet. Fuwa, attempting to lighten the mood, countered, come on, Nakamura, where's your sense of adventure? This is like something out of a mystery novel. Yoshida, eyeing a cobweb-covered chandelier warily, questioned, Kiara, are you sure this place isn't haunted? Okano, jumping at a sudden draft, exclaimed, did you feel that? It's like the temperature dropped all of a sudden. Sujino, trying to brush it off, replied, probably just a draft from one of these old windows. Let's keep moving. Fuwa, startled by a flickering candle, gasped, did anyone else see that? That candle just flickered by itself. 𝗵𝗃, nervously, suggested, it's probably just the wind, right? The kids continued walking, with every step drawing them further into the darkness of the building. Soon enough, they reached the first door, which stood firmly closed. Nakamura asked, so who's going to be brave enough to open this? Okano stood firm, replying, well, nobody seems eager to take the lead, but I guess I will. With a quick kick, she broke through the wood of the door. The others could hear little bugs crawling away in the night air. As they walked into the room, one of the loose wall boards flung out of place, just barely missing Mimura and Sagaya's faces. They tried to find lights, but there was nothing there. The only source was the faint glow from Nagisa's phone with Ritsu displayed on it. Being clumsy, Muramatsu and Okajima almost fell through the floorboards, not noticing they were stepping. This earned them a stern glare from Meg and Isegai. By now, all the kids were scared. Really scared. All of Karara and Fuwa's teasing about ghosts got to them. You guys know ghosts can't be real. Itona said bluntly too, what do you know about ghosts? Plus, this house has been nothing but weird. Myhara whined. The kids approached the darkest room in the mansion. Who is going in that one? Nagisa asked. Not me. No way, Okano said, despite her being brave last time, I can't do this. What the hell is this mission? Okajima complained. We haven't even found anything yet. Sujino said, annoyed. Okay. I'm doing it. Sugaya said, tense. He walked over to the door, and when he opened it, boo! Irina yelled. Coming out from the shadows, everybody in that room screamed. Even Karma let out a little yelp. Myhara screamed like a girl, and Okajima hugged him in fear. Nagisa and Kayano physically recoiled. Terasika, even though he got scared, yelled, what the F is wrong with you? Her laughs could be heard echoing through the room. Dude, what are you doing here? We are trying to be on a mission, Takebayashi complained, still a little shaken from the surprise. Oh my god. Chiba exclaimed, I don't think I've ever seen Itona get scared. 𝗵𝗃 laughed. You literally jumped into Yoshida's arms. Itona replied. The realization hit Hayami. Oh my god, this mission was fake. Wasn't it, she said, clearly pissed. I have no idea what you're talking about, Irina said, putting on a fake innocent smile. Hey, we are trained assassins. We could have killed you, Meg said. Still shocked, Irina chuckled. Yeah, right. You guys know more than acting out of fear. Except for maybe 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗲 giggled. A tick mark appeared above 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗲's head. What is your problem with me? Nakamura smiled. No problem. That's just how Karma expresses his love. Wait, if you're here, is Mr. 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗲 here too? Mimura asked. Yes, he is, Ritsu said, disappointed. That was not a cool prank. Justice whined just then. 𝗬𝗁𝗲 came out from one of the doors. You guys needed to stay on your toes. You should have easily noticed that Irina was hiding behind the door. You know, it's kind of hard to miss someone that looks like that. 𝗬𝗁𝗲 grumbled playfully. What the hell does that mean? Irina said, offended. Karma sighed. But you got us. But what was this whole thing for? I thought you guys needed a little wake-up call. As people with your level of training, this fake mission should have been an easy one. 𝗬𝗁𝗲 said, still maintaining his stern face. Well, it worked, I think. Mahara pointed to Muramatsu, still frantically glancing around, looking for traps. That was scary. Irina let out a boisterous laugh. Obviously. I'm literally the best at any job. You know, sometimes I like you, sometimes you live up to your nickname, Hinano said, quiet enough for 3E to hear but not their teachers. Nagisa thought for a minute before speaking up. So the floorboard trick and the wooden wall plank were all a part of the plan. He groaned. Can we go home? I'm tired. 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗲 complained. Sorry, no can do. We're going to do some training. Meet us at the training grounds in 10 minutes. You owe us some sprinting, 𝗬𝗁𝗲 said, while Irina cheered. Many groans were heard from the kids. You're killing these kids, 𝗬𝗁𝗲. Oh, I know, why. There's chatter at the ministry. It's bad. They have to be ready for anything. Well done, ominous. Come on, help me with them. Hey, Nakamura no slacking. Nah, I have to go. Is staff meeting. What the? Oh my god, Irina. Seriously? Yes. The kids made me do it. Okay, you can go. Try not to cause a lot of trouble. Bye, Tada Omiai. Don't call me that. It was an early Saturday morning at UA, and it was that time for a staff meeting. The teachers gathered around to talk about the upcoming events, current events, and overall things happening in the school. Today, we are going to start with the core classes and their testing scores, Nizu announced, emphasizing the importance of preparing for the upcoming midterms. Vlad King chimed in confidently. Class 1B has been preparing vigorously, and we think that midterms will be very good this year. Midnight nodded in agreement, adding, same for my classes. We seem to have covered everything. Aizawa inquired, yes, 1A seems to be fine. How about the English department? Midnight's expression turned puzzled as she realized, the English O. Where is Irina? Nizu noted, seems that she might not be joining us today. Midnight remained optimistic, I'm sure she will show up. Power Loader, curious about Irina's classes, asked, how are her classes going? Are the kids doing fine? Present Mike, with a grin, replied, I mean, the kids seem to love her. 𝗬𝗵𝗲𝗁𝗲 interjected, well, her methods are quite unorthodox. Aizawa, intrigued, inquired further, how so? Present Mike jumped in to explain, I can answer that. She uses interactive teaching methods instead of the traditional bookwork course. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, considering, are the methods effective? Nizu interjected with a positive note, yes, actually. According to the recent quarter tests, there is a significant increase in English testing scores. Midnight, ever supportive, exclaimed, I told you guys. She's amazing. Aizawa, still curious, asked, but where did she learn to teach like that? 90% of the region here follows the bookwork course. Power Loader, offering a possible explanation, added, I heard she is fluent in Russian. Nizu's attention was caught by that comment from Power Loader. Interesting. Akari, Haruki, and Midoriya also know Russian. It might be a stretch, but could she have taught these kids? Nizu pondered aloud. Does Midoriya know this teacher from somewhere? Aizawa, narrowing his eyes in thought, responded, not that I know of. What? Midnight, scanning the room, remarked, I don't think anyone here at UN knows her. 𝗍𝗂 dismissed the question with a casual, no reason. Present Mike attempted to steer the conversation back on track. Another thing I wanted to add, the 𝗬𝗧, interrupting him, Irina burst through the doors, breathless. Hey, I'm so sorry I'm late, I had some personal matters. Midnight's face lit up at Irina's arrival. Irina, you're here. Irina, bowing apologetically, replied, yes, I'm sorry for being late. 𝗍𝗂 directed her to a seat next to 𝗬𝗵𝗃. You can take a seat next to 𝗬𝗵𝗃. Irina, a bit flustered, complied with a quick, "Oh okay," as she settled in next to 𝗬𝗵𝗃. 𝗍𝗂 refocused the group, saying, right, back to what Present Mike was trying to say. First off, has everyone had a chance to review the incident reports from the recent villain attack? 𝗧𝗪 confirmed, yes, we've gone over them. It's clear we need to emphasize quirkless combat training into our hero training sessions. Midnight agreed, adding, and speaking of training, have we finalized the joint training day for the support course and the hero course? Power Loader spoke up, for the support course side, yes. Sorry 𝗧𝗪 and 𝗧𝗪𝗲, our class has been preparing with our fighting skills. Vlad King groaned in response, oh God, this again. 𝗧𝗪 defended the decision, stating, hey, I'm not complaining. My kids need to be whipped into shape. They sucked at the combat practice. All Might chimed in with his characteristic optimism, don't be so HRD on them. They tried their best. But Midnight laughed, recalling what she saw from the training, no, you need to be HRD on them. They sucked at that. 𝗍𝗂 interjected, steering the conversation forward, so we will be doing the training in a couple of days. Power Loader added, yep, my two best kids are excited to go against the hero course. And who might those two kids be? 𝗍𝗂 asked. Power Loader responded proudly, Akari Kurosawa and Haruki Tanaka. Irina flinched imperceptibly at the mention of Itona and Okuda's names. Didn't I tell those brats not to get popular here? Way to stay under the radar. 𝗍𝗂 found that interesting. Taking a look at Irina's body language and the tick mark above her head, his suspicions were confirmed. The three kids knew Irina for sure, 100%. 𝗧𝗪, remembering the gossip he has heard, said, Midoriya's friends. Midnight, raising a surprised eyebrow, turned to 𝗧𝗪. Midoriya knows them. From where? Irina, resting her chin on her hands, replied, oh, I think he mentioned them meeting at a camp or something. The minute she opened her mouth, she knew she F up. As a professional, she should have known better than to lie without having a solid proof that that was the official lie. For all she knew, the kids might have flat out said that they met in middle school. Vlad King pondered thoughtfully, interesting. Anyways, we will have them meet at park for the event. 7 under her breath, Irina cursed in Russian. That was the training ground that Karasuma had chosen for the kids to use this week. So, what's the exact date of this? Irina inquired, trying to mask her unease. Present Mike responded matter-of-factly, we figured to have it in 4 days. Great! Irina exclaimed, attempting to maintain her composure. Midnight teased, why, you want to watch? Irina smiled sheepishly, admitting, yes. Moving on, 𝗍𝗂 said, trying to redirect the conversation. To say the 3E kids were tired was an understatement. After Karasuma's training, they were exhausted. They all decided to hang out in the pool while 𝗧𝗪𝗎𝗃 lit the barbecue. Nakamura, calling from the edge of the pool to 𝗧𝗪𝗎𝗃, exclaimed, wow. I never thought you would bust out the cooking skills. Beside Nakamura, Karma teased, he is really born to be a housewife. Playfully, Okano swam away from Okajima, quipping, careful, if you keep that up, you won't have any food. That made the two shut up. Even though they teach 𝗧𝗪𝗎𝗃, the food smelled so good. After all, he was one of the best in the class at home. EC. Across the pool, Keanu yelled to 𝗵𝗃𝗲, you got water in my ears. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, attempting to splash Mahara, apologized, my bad Keanu. Nagisa laughed, remarking, you know he doesn't mean that, right? Keanu sighed in disappointment. In their attempt to splash Kanzaki and Kara, Yoshida and Sugino accidentally drenched Meg and Hinano, who were resting on lounge chairs. Meg and Hinano, now soaked, grew tick marks above their heads and yelled in frustration. "Oh my gosh, Sugino! I'm going to kill you!" Hinano exclaimed. Yada and Fuwa exchanged glances and tossed the two girls some water guns. Yoshida sighed. "Oh, we're so screwed." Sugino chuckled nervously. "You think?" Before anyone knew it, the kids were all caught up in a water fight. Sagaya, lounging in a beach chair, sighed. "I feel like this happens every time." Ritsu, chiming in virtually, reminisced. "Last time this happened, it turned into a sparring brawl." Takebayashi recalled the memory with a smile. "Oh yeah, I remember Karma was so mad that Nakamura got him out." Ritsu chuckled, adding, "I think Hayami was more upset that she couldn't use her gun." The three of them laughed, watching their classmates play in the pool. Yada, from the other side of the pool, questioned, "How did this turn from a water fight to boys versus girls?" Hayami sighed happily. "I don't know, but we sure as hell are winning." Emerging from underwater in an attempt to escape Isegai, Okuda exclaimed, "I really miss this." Yada flashed her a big grin and replied, "Me too." After that, the kids decided to get some rest. Tomorrow was a school day and they were really tired. After eating Terasika's food, they were stuffed. Okuda announced, "All right guys, I think we have to go." Itona protested, "No, I want to hang out with Bandit some more." Hayami chimed in with a smile, "You know the cat will be here when you come back." You guys can go ahead, I have to head to the store. I need contacts." Nagisa excused himself. The UA kids said their goodbyes, and they left.